Good evening, everyone. I want to call this meeting to order. This is Tuesday, November 12th, regular meeting of City Council. City of Council for City of Rialto, acting as successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Rialto Utility Authority, and the Rialto Housing Authority. Madam City Clerk, would you do a roll call?
Mayor Robertson.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Carricellis.
Present.
Councilmember Scott.
Present.
Councilmember Baca.
Present.
City Attorney Eric Bell.
Present.
And City Interim City Manager Michael Milhoger.
Present.
Okay. And with that, I would ask if our council would be so kind as to lead us into closed session.
I'll be happy to do that, Mayor. Tonight we have 3 items of existing litigation as your first item. The cases and the case number and information are on the agenda. Item 2 is a conference with your labor negotiator with regard to a number of items that affect all of the employee groups. Item 3 is a conference with legal counsel with regard to 2 different items of anticipated litigation. The first is a CalPERS salary characterization, and the next is some issues with regard to the AMI project. That's the full list tonight.
Any member of the public to speak? Hearing none, I guess. And before we go into closed session, would you like to acknowledge that Councilmember Trujillo is not here?
By the time of roll call, Councilmember Trujillo is not present. If he join you in closed session, could the city attorney or one of the council members of the emergency will let me know what time if he joins closed session.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. With that, can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. Second.
Well, I've been moved by Councilmember Scott, and I think I heard second by Mayor Pro Tem Andy Carrizales with a yawn. Any objections? Hearing none.
I don't know if that
We're
would
in
count
closed
as a
session.
yawn.
The yawn didn't count.
program is designed for your child to gain all the tools and knowledge.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. May I call this meeting to order? Today is Tuesday, November 12th. This is the regular meeting of the City Council. The City Council also acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Rialto Utility Authority, and the Rialto Housing Authority. And I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:38 p.m. Madam City Clerk, would you do roll call, please? Present.
Present. Present.
Present. Present. Present. Present.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask that everybody would please stand and join Councilmember Ed Scott in the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we get started, recognizing that yesterday was Veterans Day and also there's still active military, I've asked that our audio-visual group would please share with us all of those vets and active military that we were able, so fortunately, this year to be able to put up banners in honor of them along our street. And I would hope that Gabe could play that so that we could look at that. And then we will have Councilmember Scott lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you guys. Thank them for their service and continuing to serve.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we will call on Pastor Mario Canito, Calvary Chapel, Rialto.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's take a moment and pray. Lord, we thank you for this day, Lord God. You are so good and gracious to us. I pray, Father God, that this day, Lord God, we would take the moment to just recognize who you are and, Lord, your loving grace and kindness to us. Lord, you are the creator of three institutions, the family, the church, and the government, Lord God. And you have seen it fit, Lord God, that the mayor and Lord council members here, Lord God, would fill this position as of now, Lord God. It is within your power, Lord God, to bring these institutions under your authority, because to exercise authority, we're all under authority, Lord God. So we look to you for your infinite wisdom, Lord God, that would be bestowed upon the decisions that are made here, Lord, within the city council. Lord, it's the city council that hears the people of this city, Lord God, and makes the decisions, Lord God, that benefits families, Lord God, because of these institutions of the church as well, Lord, looking after many families, Lord. So I again, Lord, I pray for your wisdom, Lord, that would be bestowed upon the leadership of this great city, Lord God, that you would guide them, that you would direct them, not only that they hear the people, but they would clearly hear your voice to make the best decisions in the best interest, Lord God, of your honor, Lord, and that this community would reflect your loving kindness and compassion, Lord God. I put this matter before you, Lord, this day, everything that is on this agenda. Lord, may they just, again, look to you to be the source of strength and comfort. And Lord, I pray, Father, for your blessings upon their lives, their marriages, and their families. I thank you for each and every one of them, Lord. And again, it is your appointed time, Lord, that you choose to use them. Lord, may they always surrender unto you and look to your infinite wisdom, Lord, to make the daily decisions that make this city great. It's an unto your honor. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Please seated. So now I would ask that our city attorney would report out on closed session.
Mayor, I'd be happy to do that. We had a number of items on tonight's closed session. We had 3 existing litigation items. You had a conference with legal counsel with regard to each of those items, gave direction. There's no other reportable action on those 3 items. You also met with your chief labor negotiator, City Manager Michael Milheiser, and your Human Resources Director Shama Kurian with regard to 3 different items which affected either all or one or more of the groups listed on the agenda. Gave direction, but there was no other reportable action. And then finally, you did deal with 1 item of anticipated litigation. That's the CalPERS item that's on the agenda. Gave direction to Director Kurian. With regard to that, we do have 1 item that will be held over until the end of the meeting. That's the AMI project item, which would follow, should you decide to take it, the regular agenda at its completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Okay. Well, this evening we have a number of presentations and proclamations. And I'm going to also call on my colleagues to assist me with some of these presentations. So I believe we have, hopefully in the audience, the relatives for Miss Letitia, better known as Leah Cash. And I believe we have relatives here for Miss Hayes. And so the others that we have, that we will be doing in memoriams for, was Miss Beverly Goodley Powell, along with Miss Judy Roberts, and also in memoriam for Miss Greta Hodges. So I'm going to start off with the memoriam for Miss Leah Cash, and I would ask if the family members and those in Tim would come forward with me, please.
You want to stand right here?
Right there at the podium. I'm going to come down.
Thank you for doing this.
Okay. I'm glad that we have family members here because those of us who had the opportunity to know Leah, we definitely knew that this was a person who truly was always just so giving and so compassionate. I'm going to take the opportunity to read exactly what her family sent us. And I think myself and my colleagues up there, especially Councilmember Scott and possibly Councilmember Andy Carrizales, knew Leah back when we first met her. I met her roughly before 2000, and she also was a good friend, a supportive friend with the former mayor, Mayor Grace Vargas. And so that was amazing. But please bear with me as I read this for Leah. Leticia Michelle Cash, better known Leah as we called her, was born in Fort Benning, Georgia in 1953 to Frank Hudson and Alta Mesa M. Scott. Leah passed away on October 15, 2024, with a single tear of joy traveling down her face. We know it was a tear of joy because she lived her life as she dreamed it, and she knew the end was near. As anyone who meet or came in contact with her came to know, is the fact that Leah was one of the kind and a special person. She was the daughter who took care of her mother in her last days. She was a dedicated Jehovah's Witness, sister, mother, freelance, entertainment writer, teacher, counselor, dreamer, and extraordinary, passionate person. While raising 4 kids in a single-parent household, she created Celebrity Showcase and established herself in the Los Angeles entertainment industry as a freelance writer. She founded and established her own nonprofit, The Brightest Star, and for a period of time worked at the McKinley Children's Center, Foster Family Community Resource Center, and as a volunteer at the Bob Murphy Community School. So with on this day, I want to present this to the family. Her life and her legacy will be in our records for eternity. She's number 14 of Series 2024. And there's even a more extended part about Leah, the fact that she wrote a book, the fact that she did so many things, that will be embedded in our records as well. But it's with great honor that I give this to her, I believe, daughters.
Yes.
That's what I thought. And, and ask that you guys please come and say something with regards to your mother. So please. No, I'm not about you.
Well, I'm a speaker.
Okay, you're a speaker.
I
Good.
am my mother's daughter.
You are your mother's daughter. Good.
It just warms my heart that you guys want to honor my mother. It's just unfortunate I wasn't here for a lot of her awards and a lot of the things due to personal reasons, and that's life, right? And just to see the impact that my mom has made, and the funny thing is, I'm doing the same thing, and I am my mother's daughter. My name is Shannon Cash. You will see me. You will know me, okay? Her foundation will live on through me. I will make sure the Brightest Star Foundation will continue. It will be funded. Sheila over there, Sheila is my mom's best friend. She will be running the day-to-day, hopefully. But I will make sure that the city of Rialto, everybody will still make sure the Brightest Star Foundation will live on. I told my mom one thing as she was taking her last breath. I told her, I'll take it from here.
Yes.
And I will take it from here. My name is Shannon Cash,
Thank you,
Leah
thank you.
Cash's daughter. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Cash, I think I met you many, many years ago when you were just a little toddler. I just want to tell you how much we loved your mom. She was a great lady, a very compassionate lady, and had a heart of gold. She will truly be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I will call upon Councilmember Scott, if he'd be so kind, to present this in memoriam for Dr. June Hayes. And I believe her family is here as well.
Is Heather Dyer in the,
I'm here in her.
oh, you're, oh, okay, you're her replacement. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call up June. Most of us in this community knew June Hayes, but I'm going to introduce you to her brother. Now, he's a little bit older than she was, but he looks younger maybe, I don't know. But I'd like to introduce you to Charlie Hayes. Yes, sir, come up. And then I would like to...
I'd like to
my red tie? I thought you would, sir. And I'd also like to invite his niece up, who is Charlie's wonderful daughter, Michelle Hayes.
Pretty bossy, though.
Not really.
Thank you.
For many of you, you would know that June and I first became friends many years ago in the 90s. We were gadflies. We came to every council meeting. There were 4 of us. There was June Hayes, there was Bean Preston, Dave Dunphy, and Ed Scott. And we pounded on the city council on a regular basis. And we think we got a lot of things done, but Mayor Longville at that time had this habit of appointing gadflies to commissions. So he put June on the Utilities Commission and me on the Airport Commission. And June remained on the Utility Commission until the time of her death. She was a wonderful woman and very active in our community and a true dear friend to me. And I've had the honor of meeting her brother. We've spent the last 5 days getting June's journey back to Pennsylvania ready. And getting her ready to head home. So I'd like to read this in memoriam of Dr. June Hayes, December 26, 1946 to October 26, 2024. Dr. June Hayes, Vice President and valued board member of San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. Her dedication and leadership were instrumental to the mission of San Bernardino Valley, and her presence will truly be missed by those who knew and worked with her. Elected to the board of directors in 2016 and re-elected in 2020 and re-elected in 2024. Dr. Hayes represented Division 1, covering areas of Rialto, Fontana, including the Fontana Water Company, Marigold Mutual Water Company, Rialto Water Services, and West Valley Water District. Her contributions have been instrumental in shaping San Bernardino Valley's future and strengthening its role as a leader in watershed resilience. Dr. Hayes further exemplified her commitment to future generations through her involvement in various committees, including the Climate Resiliency Standing Committee, Aqua, JPIA, and Headwaters Resiliency Partnership Standing Committee. Additionally, she served as the chair of the Board of Directors, Resource Engineering and Workshops. Dr. Hayes made a meaningful difference in countless lives, and her positive spirit and selflessness will be remembered by all that truly knew her. June was also a licensed commercial pilot. She served in the United States Navy. Army?
Yeah,
Army. And she had a wonderful life and was truly a dear friend of ours. And she would come to the council meetings and keep us straight. She would come to our water subcommittee and let us know how it was.
That's right.
So we all dearly loved her. And I'm personally am going to miss her. So I'd like to ask her brother. Now, those of you that know June know that June can talk a lot, right? But I finally met the guy that can talk more than June, and that's Charlie. But I want him to say some words because he's a great guy. His niece is even a more wonderful lady. I think she must have taken after her mom, but she's a beautiful person, and I've truly gained 2 new friends while I've lost June as a friend, but I will always remember her. And I want to present this to you, both of you, and give you something to take home to remember us.
Okay, I'll go right on my office wall there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to be able to speak before you regarding June. June was known as the squeaky wheel in the family. For those of you who may know June, she was pretty squeaky. I'm known as the diplomat, she She moved to California when she was 24 to get her doctorate degree in psychology. Okay? And ever since then, all I hear about is Rialto, the water board and the council and what she did here. And what, she'd come to Pennsylvania and that's what she'd talk about. And she'd say, the people of Rialto were so wonderful and all. And I said, yeah. But I want to say, in the 4 or 5 days I've been here, I've never found friendlier and more warm and helping people. June never got married, she had no children, and she didn't have a will. And unfortunately, I'm the guy at the end. I had to come from Pennsylvania to take care of her estate. But she was a great sister. When we were kids, we were great playmates and all. And again, we were very opinionated. So, but anyway, I thank you, and I want to say I do love this town already. It's some great people, and particularly Ed here. Ed, it's been wonderful. So, nothing to say? Well, thank you again, folks.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Malloy, and I work with San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. So on behalf of the agency, we know we work closely with the city of Rialto, and we all had the privilege of knowing June. She truly was dedicated to public service, so we just ask that everyone continue on that legacy and continue trying to make the world a better place every day. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, the other two that I have here is in memoriam for Judy Roberts, and I don't know if we had any members of her family coming, but we will make certain through our police department and our police chief that this is given to Judy in memory of her. I would like to add, if people don't mind, let me just say a little bit about Judy. Judy assisted with many areas in the police department to include National Night Out, Red Ribbon Week, Hearts to Share, Public Safety Day, PD tours for school citizens, Citizens Patrol, and she was a huge asset for the Neighborhood Watch program and many other special events. This is just to name a few. And fun facts about Judy: she enrolled in the Rialto Police Citizens Academy in April of 1998. During her time in the Citizens Academy, she was exposed to many facets of Rialto PD and experienced her first ride-along. After the Citizens Academy, she decided she wanted to support the police department and filled out a volunteer application, and she became a volunteer in August of 1998. And she will be missed. She did pass on, and so this will be given to our chief so that he can see that the family takes that. Thank you. And then another civic-minded person in our community that I had the pleasure of meeting her when I first came to Rialto and joined her on the Airport Commission. I'd like to make sure in memoriam for Greta Jessica Hodges, who born September 5th, 1937, and she passed September 8th, 2024. Greta Jessica Hodges was born on September 5th, 1937 in Arkansas and passed to her eternal home on September 8th. She lived nearly all her life in California and more than 83 years in Rialto. Greta graduated from San Bernardino High and worked as a medical office manager and nurse for 39 years in Rialto and San Bernardino. She was a pianist for the Lions, Rotary, and the Kiwanis Club. Also, she played piano and organ for weddings and church services in Rialto. Greta was an advocate for justice and animal protection and a lifelong volunteer and leader of numerous Rialto organizations. She served on the Rialto Airport Commission and led as chairwoman for many years. She was a member of several civic groups, including the Rialto Historical Society, the Women's Club, the Black History Committee, Rialto Downtown Business Association, and the Chamber of Commerce. And she spent 30 years supporting and leading the Friends of the Rialto Police K-9. She was awarded the ABC Channel 7 Jefferson Honorary Award Medal for her service with the Rialto Police Canines. Greta was preceded by her parents, Robert and Alta Hodges, and her sister, Barbara L. Tudor. She is survived by two nieces, Yvonne Tudor and Marilyn Tudor Mark Bleak. Her memories will be cherished, and again, we will make sure that the family receives this in honor of Greta Hodges. I'll ask the chief, again with K-9, if you'd be so kind. Okay. Now, I believe we have, in recognition of National Caregivers Month, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rafael Trujillo if he would make his presentation.
And have an additional one for Veterans Day.
For what?
For Veterans Day that didn't make it on there.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Oh,
Can you make it? Okay. Be careful.
great. Thank you. If everyone would like to come down. Annually, I take the time in November to recognize the hardworking people in our community who make things happen for our elderly, our sick, and I wanted to take the time to recognize them again this year. So November is National Caregivers Month, and a lot of the workers here in our county are through the in-home support services here in the city of Rialto. They cover over 2,150 of our most vulnerable residents, including seniors, adults, and children with disabilities. IHS providers also allow counties' low-income seniors and people with disabilities to receive quality care in the comfort of their own home by people they trust instead of being sent to an institution, giving consumers an opportunity to stay in the communities they know and love. The selfless works of home care workers often goes unnoticed, and the financial struggles caregivers and their families experience due to increased rents, cost of living, and inflation further increase the dire need for livable wages in San Bernardino County. In order to meet the future demands of caregiving and improve the recruitment and retention of caregivers and ensure the continuity of care to seniors and those living with disabilities, we ensure that home care workers are good jobs and deliver dignity standards, which include livable wages, access to affordable health care, retirement security, and training. Providing home care workers with a livable wage will generate demands for goods and services in the local economy, stimulate increased employment opportunities, and create additional income, which will in turn lead to additional spending here in our county. So this is National Caregivers Month, and I'll end it with this. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Deborah Robertson, and the City of Rialto, along with the City of Council, stands united with home care workers and the seniors and people with disabilities, rely on this vital care, acknowledging the essential work and contributions they bring here in San Bernardino County and the City of Rialto by officially proclaiming November as Family Caregivers Month. And so I present this to you and to all the workers here that are present today. There you go. So we'd like to say a few words just on behalf of your organization.
We want to thank the City of San Bernardino and Rialto for this award. It's been a great honor to be a care provider for more than 17 years, and we want to thank everybody on the council for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Eufrasia de la Paz. Yo soy una proveedora de un niño especial de ataques epilépticos y tiene problemas de retraso de aprendizaje, pero gracias a Dios el esfuerzo y a la unión que nos ha ayudado, nos ha apoyado. Es un niño ahorita muy responsable de sí mismo, aunque no quisiera el 100%. Okay.
So our speaker tonight comes to you who takes care of a child who has episodes. And she says that right now that she's dealing with.
Que no esté bien el 100%, pero ahí vamos adelante. Gracias a todo nuestro esfuerzo y a todos los compañeros de la Unión. Seguimos adelante con nuestros niños y con nuestros pacientes. Muchísimas gracias.
Making progress with her patients, and even though he's not 100% right now, she's making progress.
That's one of our member leaders here from the city of Rialto, and our sister Wendy, who's on our executive board, also mentioned San Bernardino because that's another one of the cities that we should be getting one of these special recognitions from, I believe next week. So at the next council meeting. But yeah, the city of Rialto for years the last few years has recognized our members and the workforce, home care workforce, which like they're saying, like the council member said, and our members, they provide direct care, so people don't have to go into nursing homes, so that you can all live at home and have the support you need, so that you know, it's a difficult job, as you may expect. To, you know, sometimes our parents get older, or we have maybe a child with disabilities, and it's a life-changing, life-altering event that and this workforce helps us so that we can keep, you know, keep going with our daily lives without having to maybe quit our jobs or change our professions, which some of them do have to change their jobs or quit their professions, like Eufrasia, who had her son with disabilities. But this is a program that's operated by the county and funded by the state, the county, and the federal government, the In-Home Support Services Program. And it's a great investment in our in this workforce and in the local economy, like the proclamation says. So just thank you very much. My name is Juan Carlos Garcia. I'm a political organizer with the union, and we appreciate your partnership always with the home care providers in Rialto and San Bernardino.
Thank you all for coming. You know, it's really important for us to be able to see the workers in our communities that, you know, you're at the senior complexes, you know, you're at the homes, and I from the bottom of my heart and everybody here, we just want to say thank you for your service to our most vulnerable population. Thank you. Yeah.
If you don't mind, can we get a quick picture with the council member and the real quick?
Mayor, can I? Yes, I'd also like to thank SEIU for their leadership and their support. A lot of the home care workers, the patience that they have to work with, a lot of the patients that they have, whether on disability or just taking care of them. The sacrifice that they make to our communities is very important, and to the people that they're serving. I know because my mom got some service too as well, and the trust that individuals placed in them is very important, because they're coming into a home and they have to gain that kind of confidence, and they gain that confidence and they provide that kind of service, but they provide the service with love. And I think that's the important thing, with love and sacrifice. Thank you very much for all you guys have done.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you also, Congressman, for your longtime support. Thank you.
We have a big group, so we're gonna okay.
I have one more since I'm up here.
Go right ahead.
I have one more. You know, also November, we, you know, last you noted Veterans Day was yesterday, and I wanted to bring up Maria Elena Navarez. She's the mother of Liliana Navarez, who couldn't be here, but I do have a little presentation for her I wanted to give to the mother. In recognition of dedicated service and sacrifice in the United States Armed Forces, your unwavering commitment to our nation and your post-service contributions to the veterans community have made a long-lasting impact. And this is presented to Lilian Navarez. She's a Rialto resident. I first got to meet her when she was working for Congressional Services up at the Pentagon. And, you know, just to see her, you know, work there and be able to provide services to our veterans. Being a veteran herself here in Rialto, you know, very impressive. And so I brought her mother here. I know she wasn't able to make it here today, but I wanted to present this to her in her honor. If you want to say a few words about your daughter, unas palabras de su hija.
I'm proud of my daughter. She works real hard to be where she is right now. She went to Army, and she worked for the Navy. She worked for the Navy, and right now she's working in the Air Force. Hi, in the clouds. Really, I'm proud of her. And I'm blessed because I know how she climbed, to be there. It's incredible. She's working hard. She called me right now. She called me, 3 times a day. Mom, how are you? Mom, did you eat? She's too close with me. I have 6 kids. They are professional, all my kids. Doctors, scientists, and medicine. Wow, that is incredible that I'm seeing with them, how they follow the star. It's hard because I got 6, and they are all professionals. Pathologists. I have all the medicine in my house, and just, in the politics. When I'm going with her, I talk with politics. When I go with my scientist, medicine. Yeah, Mom, you have to go with me this weekend. Yeah, she's real busy right now, but she's gonna come and to talk with, all the councils, because how she work hard to be there.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Flag to give to her, has a flag. Can I take a picture with you?
Beautiful. Yes, please.
I'll take a picture.
And send her the picture.
Yeah, we will.
She wants to see the picture.
Well, great. We have 2 more presentations, and I'm going to take the liberty to change it up just a little. Have our law enforcement come in as well, but if you guys could come over and join me, join me. I'm going to follow the theme, though, of what we had with recognizing the veterans and the fact that we have a veterans person in here. And I want to have the community also know that all of this, public safety, our records, law enforcement is important. But we've talked about veterans, and I'd like to also take the opportunity while I have a captive audience to acknowledge someone in our community who also is not a veteran, besides the fact that she is our poster child for our banner program for the military. You'll see her picture, her smiling face is at the corner of Foothill and Riverside Avenue, and she is currently active duty. But the reason I wanted to bring her up, and I don't know if her mom is in the audience as well, or if she came or brought your son, there you are, because there's a term of endearment, and I know Mom will explain it, and she's smiling because I won't say it now, but I want to take this opportunity to recognize someone in our community who grew up here in our community and is special with active duty and all of the things that we've seen today. And that is the opportunity to give a certificate of recognition to present to Miss Maricela Lozano. So Miss Maricela Lozano, would you please come up along with Mom And I'm going to tell you while she asked me, well, should I wear my dress? I said, well, I'll put on some brass too. So you come on up here with your best suit on, okay? And please know, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoring what we call the young lady we call Madi. But Madi, in recognition of becoming the first female interior communications electrician to achieve the prestigious E9 rank in the United States Navy. Give her a round of applause. First female in the Navy in that rank. All right? Right here out of Rialto. All right? Your dedication, exceptional skills, and steadfast commitment to excellence have set a groundbreaking example for future generations of service members. This accomplishment not only reflects your individual achievements, but also contributes to the continued progress and inclusivity of our Navy. Your leadership and perseverance inspires all who serve along you, and your legacy will be forever honored. Don't want to take anything away from her, but the woman who raised her happens to be one of our Human Relations Commissioners. This is Mom, Miss Karen Lozano. And Mom shared with me, and she will explain it, and her daughter will smile, that we never knew that this young lady would aspire and go to the top of rank E9. Now, you in the military know what an E9 means, but to be the first female, not in the Pacific side, but in all of the Navy, is a great accomplishment. And Mom will get to explain why, when she was raising her, she just referred to her as my little street rat. Now we didn't know that the little street rat was going to all of a sudden go to the highest rank for a female in that rank, in that classification. So with that, give it to her and give Mom a round of applause. And then her in her uniform, she can explain. And I don't know if her son is here, but oh, there you are. Come on over here. All right. Oh my God. You guys have to hear the story. He had the opportunity, Mama will explain it, to come back on the ship from Hawaii with her. And he has a problem with something they'll explain. So go ahead.
Wow. All I can say is right now is wow. I am one of the proudest moms that can be here. I was 16 years old when I gave birth to her. I had to raise her with my husband, and we decided to get married. I was 16, he was 19. We made the decision to make sure that we took care of her. However, she had other ideas. And as she grew and we moved out to Rialto, she decided she needed to see the world. And I called her my street rat because we didn't have cell phones and stuff back then. I had to go find her. It's like, okay, you can go see her best friend. Michelle, are you here? I would go look for her and she would defend her. And I called her my street rat because she had so much energy. And I told her one day, I said, Madi, if you bottle that energy up, put it in the right direction, you would go far in this world. And as she finished high school, she decided, college, no, college, not. I finally sat her down one day and said, listen, make a decision. If you don't, I will. The world is yours to see, but if you want me to make your decision, I will. And we went through the entire summer, not really mom and daughter here. We were fighting at ends. And like I said, she was my street rat. I still had to go find her. She was still 18 years old, and I'm still looking for her. But she always came home. I always found her and brought her home. However, I came home one day. She was sitting in the garage with her father and on his lap, and she looked at me and said, I made a decision. And I said, okay, what is it? Let me know, because if I have to chase you around, let me know where I'm going. She says, I joined the Navy. And That started everything, because when she joined, I told her that summer, if this is your choice, make it worthwhile, because you have so much to give. When I say she was my street rat, she wasn't out there doing drugs and gangs or anything. She was out there defending people. She was doing things that was helping others out. I would get calls from the school to say, hey, you know what, she was in this fight, but yet it wasn't because somebody was picking on somebody else and she was defending this person. So,
Telling all my secrets.
I just, you know, I can't tell you how proud I am when she made the call, and bless the Lord, my husband, who passed away from COVID in 2020, was her biggest advocate of the military. And I thank God every day, because he has blessed me, even though I thought I did the worst thing in the world by getting pregnant, but he blessed me. And Marty, I cannot tell you, and your family's here. They say it takes a village to raise a child. Everybody, her family is here. Y'all stand up. They helped. If it wasn't for them supporting me, supporting her, and to this day, I tell her, wherever you need to go, he lives here in Rialto. He's going to be the next one. We'll see. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
So I didn't prepare to speak. However, first I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Words cannot describe my gratitude for this. I've been serving for 25 years. I've served in Iraq. I've served in Afghanistan. I've done 4 deployments. Just recently got back from my 5th. This is the best decision I ever made. And for anybody listening, for anybody sitting in this room, yeah, I made some bad decisions. However, I was able to turn around. And I think I am a testament to hard work, perseverance, and if you put your mind to it, you can make it happen. Back in 2018, when I put on Senior Chief, which is the 1 stars, for some of my military E9, I would have 2 stars. I haven't yet put that 2nd star on because I need to go to my next command, so I have to wait a little bit. However, I have been screened to that E9 to make me the first female interior communications in the Navy. So first female Master Chief, right? So in my specific job, which is, without me crying, when my father passed away, before he passed away, we used to have these conversations. It was, I can't wait to make Chief Petty Officer Lozano. He's like, yeah, that sounds good. And then it'd be like, uh-oh, I'm up for E8. And it took me a little while to make E8 as well. It took me a few years. And every year he'd be like, just keep going. And then one year, that year my name was called Senior Chief Petty Officer. He's like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. And then when I realized, when I made E9, I was the most senior female in my specific job at that time, and I could potentially be that first female. And I was like, but I was at a crossroad. I could retire, or I can keep it moving, right? 'Cause 20 years, I can call it a day. But he was like, Master Chief sound real good. And he would say, Master Chief Lozano. Fast forward. Took me a while, and I was getting frustrated, but he was like, keep it going, keep it going. My father passed away, and I was ready to call it quits. The people that standing in this room are the ones that gave me that inside to say, we're still here for you, and you can still do it. So when we laid him to rest, I put a note inside his pocket and said, we will be a Master Chief. And today I stand before you as a screened Master Chief. So from the city of Rialto has been nothing but great for me and my family. They've supported us, as my mom stated, me being on a ship and not being I'm a single parent, and not being able to take care of my son on a day-to-day basis, sometimes with going out to sea. Again, it does take a village to raise a child. They have been here
the city has helped raise him. He's been at the bike events and all of the city events. He was there helping and things like that. So I appreciate that. And quick story on the whole, my son, I took him out on the ship. It's called a Tiger Cruise. 11 days he got to spend on board the USS Somerset. And we sailed from Hawaii to San Diego. And his big gripe was there was no Wi-Fi. So there is no Wi-Fi on the ship. However, he did survive, as you can say. So for all of you with no Wi-Fi, you can still make it, I promise. There is the end at the road. And but he was able to shoot weapons, and he was able to see all the tanks and the Marines and what we do out there. And again, I cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, here you go. All right. I don't know if we have anyone, oh, I have someone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. And thank you for me going out of order. But this one is very important as well. We're acknowledging appreciation months, and as well, we also have a proclamation that we need to acknowledge today as our Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Appreciation Day. And that day happens to be today. All right. I'm looking here going, make sure it's the day. So let me say, whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state and the city of Rialto depend upon law enforcement records and support personnel to provide us with the vital services, and whereas the city council wishes to specifically recognize and commend police record supervisors, police record leads, and record assistants, law enforcement technicians, park rangers, police cadets, and parking enforcement officers for their outstanding dedication, hard work, and team effort in their roles as police support personnel. And whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are crucial to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspected lawbreakers. And whereas it is important to recognize Rialto law enforcement records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to our law enforcement system, Law Enforcement Record and Support Personnel Appreciation Day. Now, therefore, I, Deborah Robertson, Mayor of the City of Rialto, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 12th, 2024, as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Appreciation Day. And it's signed by myself and attested by our City Clerk, Barbara McGee. So who is going to receive? And there you go. So come on up. And I think you're going to say something, and then your cheat sheet.
Okay. Well, Madam Mayor and Council and City, thank you very much for this honor. We have a really, really good group of girls on behalf of the records and front counter and other support personnel. They're dedicated. They come in every day. They're here processing the paperwork, offering all our services to the officers, helping them out, and just here, you know, giving it all they got. So I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for being here. The ones that couldn't be here, you know, thank you, and thank you, Chief and Admin, for the support, and the city. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So we have Monica, Maricela, Audrey, Isabel, and Patty here with me, and I'm Jackie Rose.
All right. Yes.
So just want everybody to know that it's, you know, there's an old saying, right? Behind every successful man, there's a woman, right? I will tell you that this Rialto Police Department is extremely successful because of all the hardworking women that are in it and that comprise all of our support functions. There's about 50 plus of, we're just a small, portion of here tonight because everybody else is either working or have already worked and gone home. So I just want to thank our records people, Mayor, City Council. You're the reason and driving force that we have actually increased our hours. So members of the public, we're actually one of the only few departments that are actually open extended hours, including into the weekends. And it's all because of these people here. So please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys again, and because this is the day, your dinner is on you from the chief. Now just tell him where you want to go. Thank you. All right. Thank you guys. Okay, thank you. Be careful. All right. Well, thank you everyone for the patience. It was, this is getting towards the end of the year, and with so few council meetings left, I wanted to make sure we had the opportunity to recognize all that has happened in our community. So now we will move to oral communications, and I will ask the Madam City Clerk, is there anyone who wants to just speak on general oral communication? All right.
So we can call Peggy Braggs. Yes.
I was hoping that I live at Ramrod Senior Homes, Mobile Home Park, and our Homeowners Association president is here, and I thought it would really be best if he spoke first, just as a matter of, protocol?
Well, I don't know who that is, ma'am.
He's in it. His name is John Carney.
Okay, he's on the list to speak. I'm just calling him in the order that I received them.
Oh,
so.
okay. I mean, do you mind if he speaks,
Well, he's going to speak, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Well, we just have Ramrod Senior Mobile. What do we call it? Ramrod Senior Homes Mobile Home Park is a mobile home park for low income and moderate income people, and it was. It began in the 90s with the help of the mayor at that time, who was John Longville, and it was created as the foundational principle was that it was to be sort of an alternative to corporate landlordism, because Mr. Longville noticed that there was always a lot of disruption and suffering in mobile home parks, especially in senior mobile home parks, but in many other mobile home parks, because a mobile home is a place for lower income people to have a home, but it's at a lower income, but it's often disrupted by the relationship to the landlords, and it became corporate dominated, and Mr. Longville noted, and not only Mr. Longville, many other people, including people in the mobile home park, that this corporate domination led to kind of blind oppression, really. And so they along with the city council and Mr. Longville and people in the community set up Ramrod Senior Mobile Homes to be a place of equality and justice, where the mobile home residents could be in control, and they would be able to live with equality without the oppression of being constantly threatened with eviction. So what's happened is that recently there has been a usurpation of power by the current executive board, where they want to turn it into a corporate structure again, which is kind of the opposite of what Ramrod was. Ramrod is supposed to be a community of people with equal power, and everybody can have equal say as to what's going on. But but there has been a history of problems, and I'm going to just capsulize them now. I know that our president, John Carney, will go into some details, but I'm going to just give you a brief description of the issues involved. These are legal issues, which I can describe because I am an attorney. I worked in Inland County Legal Services for 14 years and have helped people in this community, low-income people. And definitely some of these issues are causes of action. And these are issues of harassment from the E-Board, harassment of the E-Board, by the E-Board of the residents, of disability discrimination, where some people with disability were not given reasonable accommodations as is required by the law. And there's been recently ongoing invasion of privacy. Our country, we have a right to privacy. It goes along with the basic human rights. And so this new executive board seems to not be aware of the right to privacy, and invades people's home zone of privacy. And there's been elder abuse because, well, everybody who lives there is an elder, and they're feeling abused. Their rights are being taken and abused, and we live in fear, and that's not the way this place was meant to be. And so, in general, I would just like to summarize that there's a problem of power abuse here, and the usurpation of power, and this E-Board, Executive Board, said that they got permission to take power from the city, meaning the city council, I suppose. But we checked in the records with the help of our city clerk, and there was no record that she could find saying that this group of people had the right to be authoritarians, basically. But now they're taking an authoritarian posture in relation to the residents, and that's a problem. Okay. And so I just wanted to present that to you because, we are citizens and we're seeking help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The next speaker would be John.
Okay, next.
John Curse, is he? Where is he?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I got to tell you this. I do not normally dress this way. A number of residents, we have about 50 residents from Ramrod Senior Park here in the audience, called me and said, how do we dress for this, John? I said, casual will be fine. So I dressed like this, and I'm going to catch a lot of flack when I get back.
Okay.
But it's not my fault. I was raised by an Italian mother, and this is casual.
Okay.
If she knew I was addressing the mayor and the city council, she'd be wondering where the hell my tuxedo was. I'm the president of Ramrod Senior Park Homeowners Association. We're not a normal homeowners association. We don't run the park. We run the volunteer committees for the park. There is an executive board of a 501c3 nonprofit corporation that runs the park, and we're having a lot of problems with them. It was originally intended that the residents would have a say in how the park was run. Initially, through the good offices of the mayor and the city council at that time, we were set up with a democratically elected executive board. At some point in time, nobody seems to know exactly when, it changed to an appointed board. Now they just appoint each other. And as I say, we're having lots of problems with them. They claim that the city council and the mayor insisted that they go to an appointed E-board because a democratically elected executive board couldn't possibly run the park effectively. We find that very hard to believe. That a democratically elected mayor and city council would say that. We don't believe you guys ever said that, or that your predecessors ever said that. Let me get into some of the specifics. But before I do that, as I mentioned there are about 50 residents here. I want to introduce the other officers of the Homeowners Association. Larry Evans is our treasurer. Chris Pivkowski is our vice president, and Frank Kennedy is our secretary. About 5 of us, some years back, had solar panels installed on our mobile homes. We were sent threatening letters by the executive board that we must remove them or we would be evicted. Not only did we get letters from the executive board, but we got letters from their attorneys threatening to evict us because we had installed solar panels. We finally resolved it when we got a copy of the state law that says that mobile home park management cannot refuse to allow residents to have solar panels installed on their homes. The E-Board keeps insisting that private parties must provide liability insurance if they're using the facilities. They keep insisting, even though we have showed them the California Civil Code that says they may not require a resident to get liability insurance for that. They have refused to make reasonable accommodation for a handicapped couple to park overnight near their home, but insist they park 150 yards away. Some of the gentleman who is involved with this will be speaking later, so I won't go any further on that. The CEO has a vehicle parked in front of her home every night in violation of park rules and refuses to let anyone else park in front of their home. The board refused to allow a resident to rent the activity room, even though the park rules clearly allow it. And this room has been rented many, many times in the past. The board changed the age requirement from 55 to 60 because, again, they say the government, they didn't specify city or county, has insisted that they go from 55 to 60. Now, there are a lot of mobile homes parks in the city of Rialto, and a lot of them are seniors, and every one of them except ours is 55. They changed the rule regarding the number of pets a homeowner could have from 2 to 1. They did this in the face of overwhelming opposition from the homeowners. For these reasons and many more, we are asking the City Council and the Mayor to assist us in returning to a democratically elected E-Board to run Ramrod Senior Park. So, thank you for your attention.
The next speaker we have is Valen E. Gray.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Yeah, my name is Valen Gray, and I am a resident of Ramrod Senior Mobile Park. So I want to thank the City Council, Mayor, thank you for this, your attention in giving our attention in this matter. This is a story in 2024 of lack of civility and human compassion. In essence, elder abuse and harassment. From who? From other elders at Ramrod Senior Mobile Park. Now, this E-Board, it's a group of about 7 individuals that are self-appointed, and they have taken up an agreement of an NDA. Yes, a non-disclosure agreement between themselves. If you try talking to them about a matter, they can't talk to you by themselves. They need somebody else for any minor issue. So yes, elder abuse, elders abusing elders. Imagine that. These are my neighbors. I'll get into detail of that. Let me read this letter/email, okay? And this might clarify some things in my behalf, as well as my wife, as well as other experiences that seniors have experienced at Ramrod Senior Mobile Park. This letter was dated August 3rd of this year, and this was directed to the mayor and city council. My name is Valen Gray. My wife and I are handicapped senior citizens. We sold our house in North Rialto April 1st, 2024 to downsize and move to Ramrod Senior Mobile Park at 1010 Terrace Road, technically San Bernardino. We were looking forward to living in a mobile home in peace. However, shortly after we moved in, we were disappointed that the board of directors would not respect ADA federal parking laws, i.e. RA, reasonable accommodation. 2 weeks after moving in, we met with two of the board members. Here are the two that we met with. The CEO, Belita Mincher, I can't pronounce her last name, it's spelled M-I-C-H-N-O-W-I-C-Z. She lives in space 176, and Liaison Arnold Torres. The CEO, Belita, unilaterally said we should park one of the vehicles in 150 yards away from our home in the handicap parking by the clubhouse. We only have enough room to park one vehicle in our carport because of our handicap ramp. There is guest parking across the street from us. Also, the board can authorize parking on the street in front of our house for ADA handicap residents or the guest parking. The rules and regulations states that in the Ramrod Senior Park book on page 9, 13E. Because I emailed the board about this issue, I was met with retaliation. I was sent letters from the board about boxes and storage in our carport. At that time, we were only there for about 3 months, going into month 4. This harassment has to stop. The short time we've been here, we have heard of other abuse and harassment by this board of directors, E-Board. These old people are so intimidated by the board of directors, headed by the CEO, Belita. We should not have to endure this in our golden age, or golden years, I should say. Please investigate this board of directors because there is no accountability or transparency from this board. Ramrod Senior Mobile Park falls under the jurisdiction of the city of Rialto. To get more information about the corruption that is going on here, please go to Facebook, Ramrod Senior Housing 23. Danny Farron, who lives in space 112 across the street from Belita, has documented a number of situations. Unfortunately, I live next door to the CEO, Belita. She lives in space 176. She's to the west of me. And the secretary, Sylvia Van Owen, space 178. She lives to the east of me. Across the street from me is the CFO, Cliff Hauser, space 111.
Sir, the 5 minutes are up.
It's up?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, can I conclude with just?
Jim, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So I'm squeezed in among this corruption. This is my story of truth, and other seniors at Ramrod have their own stories of elder abuse and harassment. You, please, City Council and Mayor, who have the power, please stop this abuse by dismantling this self-appointed, non-elected E-Board. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you. Sir, excuse me, sir. Oh, I take it we might have a few others that are going to be speaking.
No,
Was
not
that
for,
the last one?
Not for Ramrod, just
Not
other
for
stuff.
Ramrod.
No.
Okay. I'm just going to ask that our general counsel, along with our through the city manager and the community development director, get with whoever's the representatives and at least define the concerns that you've stated publicly, that the city has told them that they should move to a board an appointed board versus a Democratic board. So I'll ask that council, our general counsel, Mr. Bell, have one of his associates along with our community development director look into the matter and discuss it with you guys, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Erlinda Patterson.
Erlinda Patterson, Ms. Patterson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erlinda. I just am here to thank you for the opportunity that I've had working with our Mayor, Deborah Robertson. All of you have worked very hard, each and every one of you, especially Congressman Joe Baca. Thank you for all the efforts that you put in. However, you know, sometimes you have to make a choice and work with the one that you truly believe is out there actually doing the dirty work like Deborah has. Deborah, thank you. Mayor, thank you for the work that you have done for our community. I believe that our new regime, our new group of people has a lot of work, as you can hear from tonight already. However, we have done a great job. Our police department is very wonderful and successful in what they are doing in protecting our city. Our people here in administration and every level are doing their best. So if you in the city of Rialto have a problem, reach out. Reach out and get the assistance that you need. I just want to again implore that you please reach out and get some help if you have an issue with something in our city. And again, I want to thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart, my mayor. You have been so phenomenal in helping us out in the streets, feeding the homeless, and doing all the wonderful things that our wonderful people in the city of Rialto need. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to the top of my head for the wonderful work you've done. And all of the wonderful new people, congratulations, and the best of luck. And remember, we the people are here to help in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Maria Salazar.
Ms. Salazar? Someone, you said Maria?
Yes, that's what's on here.
Maria Salazar?
Okay, then
Next
the
one.
next person we have is Merlanda Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, community members. My name is Marlandra Johnson. I'm a field rep for Supervisor Baca's office. Sorry. I wanted to invite you all to Supervisor's annual holiday open house. It's taking place on December 5th from 4:30 to 7 at the Government Center. Also, I don't have the invitations for this, but we are expecting to have our ribbon cutting for the Rialto Library Study Room project sometime in January, but as soon as I get the invites, I will make sure you all get one. But if anybody's interested in coming to the open house, I do have invitations. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think Maria was there.
Is there Ms. Salazar?
Is she here? Oh,
There she is over there. Okay.
I guess I'm supposed to speak. My name is Gilbert Martinez. I'm the, and these are our kids from the North Rialto Little League. I'm the president there. Been there for 3 going on 4 years. We want to come up and say thank you very much for the money and the improvements going to be coming our way to our park. We're getting a new snack bar after 52 years, so we're really glad and happy for that. The kids are going to see a really nice improvement there. Hope you guys the council members come down and visit us. And we hope to have a really nice opening ceremony or groundbreaking and opening ceremonies in March. And we really want to say thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's Ms. Salazar.
That is all for oral communication. Everything else is for what is on the
On tap.
agenda.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Now we will move to the consent calendar and looking at anything that needs to be
Madam Mayor.
pulled, waived. Councilmember Scott?
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, last Friday, I advised you that Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Carasales and I wanted to add an item to the agenda which involved the naming of the habitat in South Rialto. I did not see it on the agenda tonight. My question is, we were well within the time limit for adding an item. Is there a way that we can add it this evening as a subsequent item, or do we have to put it on the next agenda?
I believe the council has had a practice of adding honorary type proclamations and designations to its agenda without having to do a supplement item. I would treat it in that fashion. Often there are items, people get recognition and things. It is of that nature. If you'd like to add it like that, we could take it at this time, assuming the rest of your council colleagues agree.
I'm okay with it. Make the motion.
What's the motion?
What's
The motion would be, as you know, we have a habitat that we are constructing in the south end of the city near our wastewater plant that connects the Lytle Creek. Is that the proper name for it, Mayor? That connects the fish with our habitat, but it's an educational facility that the city is in the process of building. Dr. June Hayes from Valley has supported that project and has even helped us obtain dollars for it, as has our mayor. The mayor has worked very hard on it. I would like to propose tonight that we name that habitat the Dr. June Hayes, Mayor Deborah Robertson Habitat, in honor of both of them and the hard work that they've done for the last 4 or 5 years on that project.
And I'll second the motion.
Seconded by who? To add it to the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, to add it to the agenda. Okay.
May I just ask for a point of clarification? I appreciate you wanting to attempt a name, but I believe we might have, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we have something in our ordinances that precluded us naming something in honor of anyone that's still amongst us?
Well,
I mean,
I would hope we have nothing in
I mean,
our-
I'm just
I would hope
going
we have-
off council.
I would hope we
I'm
have
not.
noth- Madam Mayor, I would hope we have nothing in our ordinance that precludes that, because very frankly, I think it's sad that we wait to name stuff after people pass.
Yeah.
We should name stuff for people who do good. And we
Okay.
did name a park after Congressman Baca and David Turch, and they certainly are with us.
And Grace
Yeah,
Vargas.
I think
And
that
Grace
is-
Vargas,
Grace Vargas.
we
Okay.
named after her.
Okay, I thought
No,
that I stand corrected. It seemed like I thought we did take some.
But
something.
I personally, I think you deserve the respect of it. You've done a lot of hard work on it, as has June. She has supported you all the way with it. And I just think
Okay.
it would be a very
Then
good thing for us to do.
And you had the vision for it. We just went along with your vision, so.
I move approval of renaming the lake or the park after
The big hole in the
Dr.
ground.
Hayes and Deborah
Yes.
Robinson.
Okay,
Do I hear a second for that?
Second.
okay. Any objections? Done. Motion carries, I guess. All right. Thank you. Okay, well, at least it wasn't the wastewater treatment plant.
Absolutely.
That's for later, huh?
Absolutely not.
I figured you were gonna go
I'm
there.
reserving that for me.
You get the treatment plan. Okay, anything else that we need to take off the calendar? And Robert, I knew you'd appreciate that. Oh, that's where I thought he was going. Anything that we need to change? Council, I didn't receive anything from you that there was anything to bring my attention to, right?
Nothing that I
Okay.
flagged. I
Get
looked at
past
all of
this
those
one.
and.
Thank
you're
you
okay.
so much.
But we do have someone want to speak on F2.
F2,
Yes.
all right.
And that's Miss Anna Gonzalez.
Okay, Ms. Anna Gonzalez. And,
Just F2
okay,
on the consent calendar.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. I am here to speak on item F2 on the consent calendar regarding safe routes to school for Bemis Elementary School. I just wanted to clarify some points if this project will involve the collaboration of the school district to make sure that we have school district staff involved in this process. Also, if there's going to be any community outreach so they can also contribute to creating the Safe Routes to School project for the specific school. Actually, my daughter was involved in a hit and run last week in this particular site, so I want to make sure that we're keeping our kids safe during school time, but also outside of school time. And it's just that if we can clarify if there will be collaboration with the school district in this process and the community. So that's all. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Is there any
No,
other items?
that's it for the consent.
That was it for comments on the consent calendar. Anything else? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
So
Okay,
second.
moved by Councilmember Trujillo and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales. Any objections? Hearing none, the consent calendar passes. Okay, and now we'll move on to our first tab item, which will be tab number 1, public hearing. And Mr. Casey, you're up. Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Daniel Casey, Principal Planner, and I'll be making the presentation on tab 1. This is the continuance of the appeal of the West Coast Boulevard and Locust Avenue warehouse project that was filed by Rialto Springs LLC. Just go over a little bit of background, kind of refresh everybody. This had gone to the City Council on September 24th. I'm going to first go over, remind everybody of the project site. You can see on this first slide here an aerial of the project site. It's shown there in the red boundary on the image. The site's about 12 acres in size. It's located at the southeast corner of Locust Avenue and West Coast Boulevard. This is within the Rialto Airport specific plan and has a land use designation of planned industrial development. So as I mentioned, yeah, the site has an industrial, essentially zoning designation, if you will. The sites to the north, the south, and the west of the project site also are zoned that same industrial zoning. And then there are existing single-family residences that are zoned single-family residential to the east of the site. So as you may recall, at the September 24th meeting, the applicant is proposing to develop a roughly 225,000 square foot industrial warehouse on the site. Here's just another image to remind you of the site plan. You can see the building kind of in the center of the site with a truck court on the west side towards Locust Avenue, and then passenger vehicle parking areas on the east side of the building between the residential areas and this project site. I've indicated 3 arrows there just so it's clear for everybody, including in the audience, where the driveways are and what those driveways will be for. So the red arrows there on the left, those are 2 driveways that would be connected to this development that would provide access to trucks. Those are the only driveways that would provide access to trucks. And then there will be a proposed driveway on the West Coast Boulevard side, more towards the east end of the frontage, that would be limited to passenger vehicles only. No trucks whatsoever on West Coast Boulevard near those existing residences. This next slide just kind of reminding you of the exterior design of the building. As you can see here on the rendering, this would be if we were standing on West Coast Boulevard looking south towards the building. So you can see significant wall plane articulation both horizontally and vertically, as well as some subtle muted colors so that it's not too obtrusive to the residents to the east. A little more background. So the Planning Commission had approved the project on August 7th. On August 21st, an appeal was filed requesting that the City Council overturn the Planning Commission's decision. A public hearing was scheduled for the City Council to consider the appeal on September 24th this year. At that meeting, the staff presented the project and all its components, and then the Council opened the public hearing, took public testimony from the applicant, the appellant, and also members of the public. One of the comments, there were concerns from the residents, focused on the connection of West Coast Boulevard, that in the plan that was presented to the City Council, West Coast Boulevard would be fully constructed, and that would connect the segment of it in the residential neighborhood to Locust Avenue. And a lot of the residents were concerned about through traffic and potentially truck traffic that would be coming into their neighborhood from this development and just potentially other traffic throughout the city. At the meeting, after the testimony, the City Council voted 5-0 to continue the item to November 12th tonight, and in doing so also directed the staff to schedule the project for the October EDC meeting, and then also to further explore incorporating a terminus on West Coast Boulevard that would physically prevent that through traffic into the residential neighborhood to the east. So on our final slide here, since the council meeting on September 24th, the members of the fire department, engineering services department, planning division, along with the applicant and their team, came up with the solution on your screen here that would include constructing a cul-de-sac on West Coast Boulevard that would also then include installing a motorized gate to ensure continued emergency vehicle access, and then also would install a partial hammerhead on the very east end there that will allow the residents to the east to still be able to make a turnaround should they approach this dead end and then be able to go back out through their neighborhood. This solution was presented to the appellant and a group of residents on October 22nd, and then it was presented to the EDC on October 23rd. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution before you tonight, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project. And the applicant would like to give a presentation now, should the council wish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think this is a,
Slides are up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, they're very good.
continuation of the public hearing, so.
Correct, Mayor. At your last meeting, you continued this matter open, so the public,
Yeah, that's what
in
I
the
said.
public hearing right now.
Okay,
Okay,
good evening.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Stéphane Wandel. I'm the Executive Director for the Orden Company. We represent the property owner. I appreciate your time this evening. I wanted to present a few charts. I'll go through them fairly quickly, but if there's any questions, please stop me or feel free to ask your questions at the end. Our team is also here to answer any questions you may have. So first, I have a very quick reminder about our company. We are based in Santa Fe Springs, about an hour away from here. We are a family company. We're a long-term owner of this property here. We are intending to own this property for the foreseeable future. We're long-term property owners. We don't sell the properties we have. Importantly, we build high-quality projects because these are intended for our family, and our family wants to be proud of what it builds. We build projects that are consistent with the zoning of an area, and this is the part I want to insist on, is that it is insistent. It would be a very rare day for us to buy a property, rezone it, and build it in a manner that's inconsistent with the zoning or the city's vision for the area. Our company in Rialto owns a variety of different property types, including a storage yard, which is what this property, or at least most of it, is currently permitted, and until very recently was used as a storage yard. We take pride of our light industrial facilities, and we've been working in the city for over 30 years at this point. And as I mentioned, we will be here for a long time to come. I wish the discussion this evening were a little different. I wish it were about the care we've applied in the design of this project, the wonderful architecture, the meandering sidewalks, the upgraded landscaping, the outdoor employee seating area built in with wonderful landscaping all the way around, how we plan on rebuilding West Coast Boulevard, the care, the time, the efforts that we spent over a number of years working on this project. As I mentioned, this is our family's legacy. It's important to us, not only that it be built right, but it be maintained right for the very long term. Those items were discussed at length at the Planning Commission, and as I said, I wish that today were the purpose of this meeting. This meeting is about the appeal, as you well know, so let's talk about the appeal. And I will try to focus on facts here. First of the appeal, as Mr. Casey pointed out, was in 2 weeks after the second Planning Commission hearing. It makes a number of statements that first of highlighted in red, that it's on the behalf of property owners who live within 300 feet of the site. Also references an inadequate EIR, the fact that truck routes will impact residents. There is no protection for homeowners, as what it states. And there's no community benefits. So those are essentially the statements, and it was supported by a letter, but essentially that was the gist of the letter right here. So let's tackle them each at a time. Let's look at the statements made, and then let's focus on the facts if we can. As I said, we're going to try to stay away from it, stay and focus on the facts. Inadequate EIR is a statement that could not be further from the truth. A very detailed addendum to the EIR was prepared, over 3,100 pages, study of over 23 different impacts, and every single one of these impacts is at or below the city EIR and the expectations. The other statement made is that the truck routes will impact the residents. Let's focus on the facts. The facts is, as you saw, that the trucks entrances are focused on Locust and only on Locust, that the truck routes, the only routes allowed by trucks, is up and down Locust Boulevard, and that we will not have any trucks down West Coast Boulevard or the residential areas. The next statement made is that this project anticipates or has no protections for homeowners, and then if you keep reading the letter, no protection for children walking to school. Again, our project has incorporated a great many protections through site design. Site design is the best way to answer many of these questions. Let's start with, as we mentioned, focusing the trucks and any trucking activity towards Locust, away from the residents, providing extensive buffering from residences, a minimum of 87 feet, in many cases well in excess of that. A complete rebuilding of West Coast Boulevard, including the second half, the north half, including sidewalks on both sides of the street, and not only required, but also substantial additional voluntary contribution to the Casa Grande traffic signal. The goal of our project was to connect the residents to the east, past West Coast Boulevard, up Locust Avenue to the traffic signal, and provide a safe method of access for all the residents from the east to the west of Locust, to the parks, to the schools. That is one of the goals of this project. The next statement is that there is no community benefit. That could not be further from the truth. I've addressed quite a few of significant benefits at this point. There will be, in addition to roughly $1.3 million of development impact fees, many other in-kind benefits, the complete rebuilding of West Coast Boulevard, the widening and the reconstruction of Locust Avenue. There's millions of dollars worth of community benefits that have not been addressed. Insufficient community outreach, we talked about that in our last meeting. I will touch on it in more detail briefly in a moment. There's been extensive community outreach for well over a year in the form of many letters, flyers, door-to-door outreach. One of the Planning Commission speakers who clearly had concerns about an industrial project in this area did comment that our project did the best community outreach of any project she's ever been involved in or heard of. And that statement was made at the Planning Commission for the commissioners and the public to hear. Another speaker, I believe it was at the City Council meeting, admitted she received these letters from us, a number of them, threw them away, which of course I understand and I respect. The last statement made is that the appellants own property 300 feet to the side, and looking at the address of the appeal letters, that is not correct. None of the appellants either live or let alone own property 300 feet to the site. But we'll talk about the support letter and the opposition letters. We'll talk about that in more detail in a moment. So let's talk a little bit about CEQA, because some statements were made about the inadequacy of CEQA. So first of CEQA, it's important to understand that every property will have impact, whether it's developed or undeveloped, it will have impact. And of course, if you develop any property, any development will have some level of impact, traffic, construction noise, and others. There's just no way around that. So here is a little bit of a summary of CEQA. I promise I won't read every word on this page. If you can just focus on the top 2 lines, maybe that's probably good enough. You know, we looked, of course, at the Airport Specific Plan EIR. As I mentioned, we've done a very thorough addendum for this project. In total, over 3,100 pages. 3,100 pages studies were done on this project over the course of several years, with the reports completed early this year. If you look on the left column, quite a few items were addressed: air quality, greenhouse gas, biology, cultural, energy, hazardous material, hydrology, noise, traffic, utilities, and there's probably another dozen that somehow got cut off at the bottom of the page. But very thorough CEQA review for quite some time, prepared by a dedicated team of experienced consultants. Let's talk a little bit about the appeal letters. And again, I think I want to once again focus on the facts of the matter here. The first letter from one of the residents, I highlighted in red their letter. It's all part of the record. The first resident identifies they live in this area because it's a family-oriented neighborhood. They're concerned about truck traffic on the West Coast, which of course we understand. If you go to the next box down, they're concerned about the lack of sidewalks, and they conclude at the bottom of the page the letter by saying really what they would like is a barricade to separate the new from the old part of West Coast Boulevard. So these are the letters from appellant number 1 and their request for sidewalks and barricade. Let's look at appellant letter number 2. It concludes in, I believe in development. I'd like to see our city grow, but not when our safety and peace is not secured. If you keep reading in capital letters, this individual clearly wants the business side of West Coast to remain the business part of West Coast, the residential portion of West Coast to remain the residential part of West Coast Boulevard. And again, as Mr. Casey pointed out, the proposed terminus cul-de-sac barrier will accomplish that. Appellant letter number 3, I think you're going to see a pattern here. Once again, is concerned understandably about trucks driving down West Coast Boulevard. Is concerned about the safety of students walking to school. Understandable concerns. And then the box on the right identifies that they really would like to see a barricade at the terminus between the old and the new part of West Coast Boulevard. Let's go to appellant letter number 4. Once again, this individual understandably is concerned about the many trucks driving or could be driving down West Coast Boulevard. And this person concludes by saying the only thing she is asking for, please, is to have a barricade separating the old and the new part of West Coast. So again, these are all 4 letters presented to you. Community outreach. Again, I think you've all seen this slide, so I won't cover every word of it. We've done quite a bit of community outreach over the past 12 plus months. Letter outreach, over 214 letters were sent to residents within 1,000 feet. The council had asked the last time, how did we pick the residents that we contacted? We hired a company called City Radius Maps. Their business is to do exactly that, is to provide a radius map for 1,000 feet around the project. So that's how these addresses were identified, and that's how we selected the 214 property owners who received letters in Spanish and in English. Quite a bit of outreach continued in December 2016 as we were demolishing an old structure. We reminded the residents through fire, door-to-door meetings that we would demolish this abandoned structure, and at the same time what the project was about. That outreach continued over the next several weeks to make sure all the residents were aware of what we're doing. July 1st, about 16 days before the first Planning Commission hearing, our team sent another round of letters informing the residents about Planning Commission hearing, once again identifying our project. The next day, the city sent its own set of letters to the residents. Very few responses were received, as you can tell. And then we continued the outreach through the second Planning Commission hearing in August. We've received several support letters and petitions for this project, which were emailed to you earlier in the day. We felt that was a better form for providing these letters over to you. A number of the residents wanted to be here, frankly did not feel comfortable coming here this evening, but those letters, as I said, were provided to you earlier. One of the residents did ask who was here this evening. Mr. Clyde Curtis, unfortunately, he couldn't stay this late. Asked for me to pass this message. Stefan, could you please pass this message along to the powers that be? I've owned this property on 1844 West Coast Boulevard for over 40 years. From the first day, I was promised the street would be paved, sidewalks, sewer hookups, and gas installed. None of that has ever come to pass. As a result of this neglect, our area have been a hangout for homeless, drug dealers, suspicious characters, and others who are obviously up to no good. People continue to dump their trash and who knows what else in the field across from my house. As a comment, that field across from their house is our property, and every 2 to 3 months we've been cleaning up this area. This individual, Mr. Curtis, concludes, I think it's way past time to approve this project and bring that stretch of the city up to first world standards. So, and again, I believe you have other letters supporting our project. So I want to be fair to all the individuals that have spoken on this project since the very beginning. As I mentioned, we're going to be here for the long term. I think focusing on the facts and being fair to all parties is important. So we put on this map who are the individuals who spoke at City Council, who are the appellants who primarily wanted a barrier, and who is supporting the project either in multiple in-person meetings or letters. You will see in the red the individuals that are being opposed to the project at the council, in yellow the appellants, the 4 letters and their addresses, and in green all the individuals we've met with and who also sent the letters provided to you today. One thing will become apparent to you is our immediate neighbors know this project, know our company, understand what we're trying to accomplish, and they really would like this project to move forward. it's important to them that this project move forward. That's why we have 100% support from our immediate neighbors. As for the others, I completely understand their concerns, the fear for the future, the fear for the unknown. I'm not saying it's unreasonable, but please understand our immediate neighbors are in full support of this project. So what has happened since the appeal? Mr. Casey touched on that briefly. Let me go into a little bit more detail. There's been quite a few discussions between the city, the appellant, and our team, the applicant. Early on, it became pretty clear to the city and to our team that this barricade requested by the 4 appellants was very possible. We put together a concept. We took some time to do it right, to run it past the city departments, to make sure emergency vehicle can access it. So again, we're more than happy to accommodate. On October 22nd, we met with the appellant, quite a few neighbors, had a 2-hour discussion. A number of concerns were addressed. We gave a lot of facts about our project. I really sincerely appreciate the conversation over 2 hours. We created a list of concerns, and I'll show in a minute a response in writing to each of these concerns. You know, we're a serious company. We want to be here for the long term. We're going to put in writing what we say we're going to do. And then, of course, you understand what took place since the EDC meeting. Quite a bit of additional outreach from our team to the appellant, to some of the property owners in the area that have ensued on October 28th, the 31st, November 6th, 7th, and again today. So you know where we are today. A quick reminder about this terminus at the end of the street. I don't need to belabor that one, but I do want to take a moment to go through the concerns the neighbors have brought up. I think this is important. The neighbors brought up, as we discussed, this barricade. Of course, you know we were able to accommodate that. A request was made and a concern that our project did not have enough trees. There was not enough of a canopy on the perimeter of our project. We had no problem. We immediately agreed to that request. We're going to double the number of trees, upgrade the size of the trees. It's a very reasonable request. We were very happy to accommodate. The request was made, please incorporate solar as part of your project. Of course, we were planning on doing that anyway. We're a forward-looking company. We're going to look 50 years ahead. We understand the electrification of our industry, where it's going, trucking, cars. So we're going to plan for all of that. They were concerned that lighting would come outside the property boundary. We have reassured the neighbors that would not happen. The lighting would maintain on our property. A lot of concerns around noise, operational noise, which of course it goes without saying will be meeting all of the city noise ordinance at all times. Of course, the best way to mitigate noise is through site design. We've talked about that. Place a building between the residence and Locust Boulevard. Construction noise, unfortunately, is a reality to any new project, any new construction, but we've identified quite a few methods or measures we could take to reduce the noise during construction. A lot of concern about on-street parking, both during construction and after construction. Again, an easy reassurance we can give the residents that there will be no parking on West Coast Boulevard during construction or after. Residential street access, you've already heard multiple times, there will be no truck accessing the residential areas. The truck will be solely focused on Locust Avenue. So you can see we have identified concerns from our neighbor. We've met with them. The only request we were not able to accommodate is please no industrial. That's the one request that has come up from the neighbors that we cannot accommodate. This is an industrial area. It has been for a very long time. We're entirely within the zoning. So where are we this evening? I think we're up to a decision on the appeal here. And again, we're going to focus on facts. You know, what appears to be is that the appeal is really not mindful of current zoning, current ordinances, and frankly isn't really focused on the historical component where this area has been an industrial area for decades, long before the residential neighborhood was built. So we appreciate where the appellant is coming from. The appeal also ignores the current conditions of West Coast Boulevard, ignores the blight, and frankly, it ignores the needs of the immediate neighbors. But the immediate neighbors care. So where are we? Our projects meet all city codes, all zoning regulation, request no variance. We've anticipated a number of these concerns. We try to address them through initial design, always the best method. We have met with our neighbors before and after the appeal. It's important to us. We've tried to address every reasonable concern brought to us in the best way we can. New measures were adopted. We immediately put them in writing because that's who we are. This project will bring much needed infrastructure to this part of Rialto, remove blight. We'll have a very large number of benefits, financial and otherwise, and at the risk of being repetitive, this project has the support of all of our immediate neighbors. So with that in mind, I'm here to answer questions. I hope you understand we've been trying very hard for a very long time. We are, of course, working within the parameters of the city's zoning code and its regulations. We believe we've done not only that, but we believe we've gone above and beyond to try to meet with our neighbors, to try to anticipate their concerns, and we're always available to hear additional and have additional conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have one question for the applicant since he's up here. Sir, staff has proposed a resolution that includes one additional condition having to do with the terminus on West Coast Boulevard.
Yes.
Should the council decide to make a motion to approve this, do you accept and agree that your company will comply with that condition?
Yes, absolutely. We were supportive from day one.
All right.
Okay.
Take over.
Okay, well, I'm back, I believe. Did we have people who had also asked to speak at this item?
No, not yet.
Yes. You said, no, we don't?
No, I said not yet. You
Oh,
asked if there
oh,
was
no,
people
I
that
said,
spoke,
yeah.
and I said not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought
You're
you
good.
said, no, we don't. I was like,
No,
oh.
we have plenty of people.
I was going to say,
I said
we are
not
not
yet.
going
They're all here. We're waiting for you guys. Don't try to blame that on me.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, if you'd like to call. Your mic isn't on.
Anna Gonzalez. Since she's the one that wrote the appeal, so we're gonna start with her first. And then after that, you have like 12 people that want to speak. And could I ask them to start lining up who fill out the application to speak after she speaks,
Okay,
please?
if you don't mind. And again, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, they are allowed 5 minutes, so I would ask that people could, because you said we have 12,
Yes, that completed.
which means we would go beyond another hour or so. So I would ask that people could please maybe restrict their comments. If they're going to be repeating some of the same, if you could restrict it to maybe 3 minutes, if possible. But I'm not asking that people, if you feel you need to take, what? Oh, and line up. Well, I think the clerk is going to need to call them first. So why don't you give,
Okay, I'll do that.
all right, Ms. Gonzalez,
All right.
please.
Well, good evening again, Madam Mayor, Council. So on behalf of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, we did file this appeal, and I want to make sure that we are clear that CCAJ in this case was representing 30-plus community members that live on West Coast, Villa Verde and Tudor streets that are directly adjacent to the project site. And in fact, as of today, we are now representing over 60 community members that live adjacent to the property. We surveyed the community within a 1,000-foot radius over the weekend, and overwhelmingly, over 70% of these community members were against having another warehouse built in their community. In front of you, you should have about 40 signed petitions of community members who live adjacent to the project. They are asking for an intentional circulation of an adequate EIR based on the current conditions and cumulative impacts facing this community today, not from 1997. Again, an addendum EIR does not equal to an adequate intentional analysis for the current conditions of this community. They are in the 95th percentile of pollution exposure as we speak now. We do appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with the developer. I don't think that, in my experience, in my organization, this has never been done before. So I do thank the developer for being open to having discussions with the community to negotiate some mitigation. So we thank them for that. But because we are a community-led organization, we have heard the voices loud and clear of the residents that they implore this council today to uphold the appeal and consider other alternatives that will benefit the community and all parties involved in the long run, not just the developer. And so we did email all the petitions. You should have about 40 of them. I do have the original copies here. We also do understand that there's actually a family that lives right next to the project within about 80 feet. So for that comment about that there's appellants that are not within 300 feet, I don't know if they can raise their hand, but they're here. They're about 80 feet away from the property. So I want to make sure that we are clear on that clarification point. We do appreciate the tree canopies and everything. And, you know, that does go a long way for mitigations in an industrial site. But like I said, and based on these petitions and over 70% of the community not wanting this, we ask you to uphold the appeal today. Thank you so much for your time.
I don't believe the timer is taking track, so somebody.
Okay, so we can start with Thomas Reyes. Then we can go with, can we start lining up, please, where I can? Jose Garcia, Yesenia Ramos. And if you guys fill out the application to speak, you can just line up. Frederick Smith, Ralph, Maria Vesquez, Jose Gonzalez, I think Emirates Gonzalez. And if I miss your name, if you sign to, because I know a couple of people signed for a lot of items, and if I miss your name, please just line up there, and I'll make sure that I try and call you. Thank you.
Okay. And I was advised that the timer was not, I guess, running. So hopefully we will have somebody who is handling the timer will take care of that. So hi, good evening.
How you doing? This is a great spot for the air conditioner, by the way, especially it's the hot seat, right? So, my name is Thomas Ruiz. I'm a representative for the Laborers International Union located in San Bernardino County and Yolomono counties. And I just want to thank all of you for your service over the years on the dais. I still think that this city is probably one of the best cities that does presentations and recognizes members of the community and the workforce that serves this community. And before I go there, since we're just past Veterans Day, for the veterans that are still in the audience, I want to thank you for your service, because without you, we wouldn't be able to participate in a forum like this and talk about the differences. And I know that there's more things that bring us together than divide us. On behalf of our members, we're here tonight to support the project. We've built many developments like this in the community, and we know the value that they bring as far as jobs into the community. Every one of our members that work on these projects work on an hourly basis, where not like other employees where you go to a facility and go to work there every day. We constantly are working ourselves out of a job because we build for a living. We build America's infrastructure, we build California's infrastructure, and we build logistics. And so for our members, this is another opportunity. As you guys know, our membership is a very diverse membership of different folks that come from different areas, some from second chances, some coming back home from the military that are looking for those opportunities to start a construction career through our apprenticeship program. And we thank the developer that has made a commitment to provide those opportunities for the men and women of our community to get to work. This project is placed properly where it should be, right? This area is zoned. There's no zone changes, and it's actually going to be an improvement of the current site to what it is right now. Adding infrastructure to where you don't have future contaminations because that's an unpaved lot there. I think the one important thing as a resident that lives within 100 feet of a logistics facility myself, I think the most important thing is to make sure that the dock doors are facing the opposite side from the community residents, but also the truck traffic is away from the residents. And I think that this project has done so, and that their outreach to the community has been well noted. So with that, I will keep it short, and I want to thank you all for your time and your service. Lyuna is in full support of this project. Thank you.
Next.
My name is Joshua Holman. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Transportation Commission for the City of Rialto. I live about within 1,000 feet of this residence, about 3 streets down. In our neighborhood now, off of Bonart, there's another large warehouse that was built about a year or two ago. It towers nearly 40 feet above. When you go down to those residents' houses, you have a giant warehouse that actually shades these houses in the afternoon. And so it looms over this entire neighborhood now. So instead of having the wonderful views of the mountains that we've had for 36 plus years that I've lived in the area, now we're getting the views of these giant warehouses in our backyards, literally. You come down our streets and there's giant warehouses in the backyard. And so not only that, we're getting all the diesel emissions and all of the exhausts from all the cars and all the people coming in. The light pollution, our houses are lit up almost full time. My house backs up to Locust. I live along the back wall there. My backyard goes to Locust. So all the light, all the trucks coming up and down Locust physically shake my house on a daily basis. My windows rattle and my picture frames rattle on the walls from the amount of big rigs coming down Locust, and just the added traffic and additional project I don't think is beneficial for the neighborhood. That's all I have to say.
Good evening, Mayor, council people. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Garcia. I'm a lifelong member of LAUNA, the Labor's International Union of North America. And for as long as I can remember, that's been an industrial area for as long as I can remember. And unfortunately, we do outgrow our bridges, and sometimes we start to border things that we don't want to border. But like the speaker before me said, I've always depended on jobs that they're kind of seasonal. We look at it as season because we work ourselves out of a job due to weather, due to finishing projects, or not having enough opportunities. But I've done okay for myself, and for 34 years, I've raised a family here. I've been able to pay my bills, proud with my hands as a construction worker. And it's not many times that a developer comes along, and offers private work to the unions, and it's a big plus. It's a big plus. It's a win-win for everybody. Not only for myself, I'll be able to finish my career on a job like this, but new people will start jobs, new careers on this. And when I speak about the union, I'm speaking about the community, because our doors are open for all, and I want everybody to know that. And it's not a bad way to make a career. It's a little hard, because you have to use your hands and get up early and long drives sometimes. So anytime we're able to take advantage of a job that's close, that leaves us the opportunity to spend time with our families and work within the community with developers that come here and depend on our work to get things done for this community, I stand proud on this job, and I hope that you will as well. Thank you so much.
lived on Villa Verde for many years. I like to look at the sunset. If we build a 44-foot tall warehouse, at the end of my cul-de-sac, I'll be looking at something similar to that block wall behind you instead of a sunset. What we've been getting so far tonight is bait and switch. At the last meeting, my neighbors requested a cul-de-sac. Tonight, they've been offered an electric fence, which is another eyesore. When I drive up Tudor, which is another cul-de-sac near my home, at least the developer gave them a double tree line of mature trees that somewhat obscures the eyesore. We've been offered a 24-inch box tree. A 24-inch box tree will not be 8 foot tall, let alone obscure the eyesore. It won't even go to the top of the fence surrounding the property, right? So I would like us to see what they're actually offering us. A bunch of changes that benefit the developer. We have employees that will build the warehouse and will be gone in 8 months. The essence of a carpetbagger. Carpetbaggers. We live here, we vote, we pay our taxes. I'm going to experience a drop in property value immediately the moment they pop up that 44-foot wall. Because I wouldn't have bought a house on the street where I can't see the sky, right? So, let's see. A fence is not a cul-de-sac. A 24-inch box tree that they're putting in the wrong place. We would need trees at the end of the cul-de-sac that would obscure the eyesore. Not trees along Locust or up West Coast where there's a dirt road now. Let's see. And to watch how they play the bait and switch and play games, they discuss a certain type of tree. They discuss a 24-inch, they're playing games with us. They discuss an electric fence instead of a cul-de-sac. And then we ask them to please promise to keep their promises. It's bait and switch. A mature tree is a mature tree. You can go to Moon Nursery and get truckloads of them all day long. The trees that they're offering us will take 25 years to obscure the view. One of my neighbors just spoke about what his skyline looks like. Look how different it would have been if his developer had given them a double row of mature trees at the end of their street, right? At least it would have obscured 50% of the eyesore. But if you're having someone that's offering you a box with a tree in it, and we're not talking about the height of the tree or the type of the tree, we're gonna get tricked. And for the next 20 years, we're gonna be pissed off every time we walk to our driveway and look up to the end of the cul-de-sac. They're tricking us right in front of us and luring union workers to come and speak against my neighborhood, and I'm a union man. It's offensive. These are carpetbaggers. And I don't even need all 5 minutes. But to have all these orange vests in here, that's offensive, because they don't live here.
Just for the record, when you come up, can you please state your name? Because some of you guys did not fill out the speaking sheet. So if you can just state your name and then I can complete the speaking sheet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Council. My name is Ralph Bellador. And yesterday had a day to reflect on my life and what I've done for this glorious country as a United States Army veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. When I joined the military, I joined because I'm going to defend a country which I loved. And I wanted the country to love me back when I got home. And as we get celebrated when we do come home, sometimes those celebrations are short-lived because we're not given opportunities to support our families. This union I joined gave me that opportunity. And it took developers like these folks back here to give those contractors I work for the opportunity to get those jobs and that put us to work, that provide for our families. Our members live in these communities, every community out here in San Bernardino, Los Angeles County, and across the country. And we're proud to build these projects. And I do take a bit of offense when people look down at us and say that we're not doing the right thing or that we're carpetbaggers or what have you. That we're not. We've built America since the early 1900s and some of our unions before that. But I can tell you one thing. Give us the opportunity to have a job so we can support our families. We don't ask for handouts. We don't ask for anything else but an opportunity. And when developers come into town, they're willing to put millions of dollars into local infrastructure to help out cities. It does help out cities. We understand that the cities don't have the money to complete the infrastructure, to put that boulevard all the way through. It would have been done already. We know how stretched the cities are at providing these services. These developers do come in and provide a service. And they look out for the people that work on these projects, like myself and a lot of our members. They're paying the higher wage to make sure that we get a dignified wage and be able to have a benefit when our time is up, like my partner talked about a while ago. We're going to be able to retire with a dignified pension plan and not be a liability on our community, but to be able to help out more. What I'm able to do with my spare time is help out the American Legion, help out disabled veterans with the extra money that I have to make sure that we give them opportunities, give people second chance folks that are getting out of prison or institutions the opportunity to make a life in the union. We should support these jobs because these jobs support people. And we don't, like I said, don't ask for handouts. We're just asking for the opportunity. By giving these folks the opportunity to build, gives us the opportunity to work. And every one of those trucks you see, there's a driver in that truck that's driving 14 hours a day or sometimes longer because they have a family to provide for too. It's honorable to allow these people to work. We may not always like it, but they're providing for their families. They're not asking for handouts. So every box truck you see out there, every truck driver you see out there, anybody who's making a delivery, they're providing for their families. Even those people that are making those routes on Amazon, people work for the post office, which my wife worked for 30 years and she just retired from. They're providing for their families. So always remember that when you have to make these hard decisions. It's an opportunity for us to provide for our families. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jose Gonzalez, and thank you guys for the opportunity of speaking here, and thank you guys for, I'm a union worker too, and I understand what he does. And the fact of the matter though is that they go home, they don't live next to that building they're planning to build. And I'm not against development for our city. Why not? And if the developer will be willing to do the same thing, why does it have to be a warehouse and not a grocery store that we need? Or I understand. I'm not a professional in this, but I understand there's got to be 100 things that we can build in there and still employ these gentlemen right here, right? So they can earn their honest living. And I appreciate everybody here with the for their services if they're in the military. I really appreciate everything like that, and I understand what they're trying to do. Just like we all here work for our families and support them, right? But the fact of the matter is, everybody goes home and they don't live next to that building. I'm 100 feet away from that building. And I appreciate the changes of the developer on the boulder stack and all that stuff. That will definitely benefit us, no doubt. I still think there's a lot more risk for our children going to school and my grandkids later on because, with this economy, I think my kids are going to not keep in my house and raise their own kids eventually. But the fact of the matter is, it's a warehouse. It's going to be not just an eyesore, but a nuisance. And the noise pollution, even now, I can't even leave my windows open because I hear the warehouses miles away and the beeping of the forklifts and the trucks backing up and stuff like that. It's not you can't have a good night's sleep. Another concern I have is hours of operations. I'm not sure exactly anybody stated here hours of operations, from what time to what time. If it's industrial, are they going to run 3 shifts throughout the night? Stuff like that. That's my main concern. I'm right next to the building, and yes, the eyesore that my neighbor's complaining. Gentlemen here, I know exactly what street you're talking about, and it's I can't believe how the city allowed that. However, also the developer mentioned, we're not changing zones or anything like that, but I'm sure the city will work and we will change them to something different, like retail or something else. And I'm sure there's going to be people or companies wanting to move in to rent to do something like a grocery store or retail or something where we can actually have our kids work there. In reality, how many people from around the neighborhood are going to work in that warehouse? Who knows? They usually come from other areas, you know, and there's going to be no benefit for the city or tax revenue or nothing like that, you know, that if just the warehouse sits there, you know. But I just appreciate your time, and I really will still ask to consider, you know, I'm not opposed to change and development, but look out for us. Look out for the neighbors that have been paying taxes and living in the community for so many years. And we're planning to stay there and not go anywhere. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esmeralda Gonzalez, and I'm a resident of Rialto. I live right behind, I live right there on West Coast Boulevard. I'm just a concerned citizen about, the development, because also the noise, the dust that is gonna bring. My nephews, I take care of my nephews at my home, and, I'm not gonna be able to, for them to play outside because of the dust it's gonna create. It's not gonna be just for a little bit, it's gonna be for a while, I know. I mean, I'm not in construction, but I know it's gonna be a while for that. And I just, the dust that is gonna go into my home, because it's just right there. And like my husband just said, they get to go home. They get to just, not worry about it, and not, worry about where they're gonna be parking. I mean, our street is just there. That's, I think, gonna be the closest where they're gonna be parking while they're on construction. Our families live there. I understand it's we're next to a, warehouses and but you guys also have to think about your residents. We also there, we live there. This is our homes, like I said last time, So I would really hope that you guys would keep that, in mind, and really look for us, as you guys is our, our voice too. And I will really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Rojas. I'm also a resident in that area, and my concern is, my kid used to go to the Casera Middle School. I have a daughter that goes to Fitzgerald, and the crossing of the street. Not a lot of parents are privileged like me, where I get to leave my job during my lunch hour to pick up my kids to make sure that they make it safely to the house, because we are on the other side. And we already go through a lot. At 3 o'clock, cars are zooming by just from all the other warehouse workers. And I'm constantly having to slow down so other kids that don't have their parents picking them up can cross right in front of me to make it safely to the other side. We are just adding warehouses and warehouses, and I'm tired of seeing all the warehouses. I have been living in my house. I purchased it 20 years ago, and I'm here for the long run. I'm not here to move out. I want to stay in Rialto. This is where I have been raised. I went to Rialto High School. I went to Frisbee Middle School, and I have my kids now raised and growing here. And like we said, I respect all you union workers. I understand it. My father was a union worker. He's retired, and he also served in our country. But at the same time, I'm a resident, and my kids, I want to see them grow here as well. If anything, can we, like the other neighbor said, can we change what could be there? Why can't we just change it to another residential area, and they can build homes there? I mean, a lot of people want to move on that side, and we're not building anything over there other than construction, or other than warehouses. And honestly, we have enough, and there's already some that are vacant. I don't even know if the other one is going to be rented that they're already still building. So we're tired of it. We don't want more warehouses. I don't want to keep hearing the cars speeding through the streets, having to get the traffic when I'm picking up my kids, and having to get back to work at a right time. So as a resident of more than 20 years living on the north side, I would appreciate that you consider our feelings, our thoughts about where we live. And yes, the view, we have a beautiful view. If you haven't been up there, my son sleeps with the window open from his room because he gets to see the hills. That is his beauty right there. Like, I want him to always close it because of neighbors. He loves to have it open because he loves to see it when he wakes up in the morning. So please don't take that from us. And thank you for your time, and really consider maybe building homes. I'm sure a lot of people would fill them up. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joseph Quesada, Union Representative of Labor's Local 783. We represent the men and women in the construction field that live in the surrounding areas of the project. I'm here in favor of the project. This project will allow local members to live in the surrounding areas and work closer to home where they can be with their loved ones. A project like this will allow members to gain a career in the construction field, but also this project will keep members' benefits in place, like health care and the pension for retirement. So once again, from Labor's Local 73, we fully support this project, and and to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenas noches. Necesito intérprete, por favor.
Good evening.
No, gracias. Mi nombre es Claudia Cuevas
My name is Claudia Cueva.
y vengo del Centro Comunitario de Acción y Justicia Ambiental.
I'm coming from the Center of Community Justice.
Y hemos estado tratando de apoyar a nuestra comunidad, informándole de la bodega. Hemos tocado puerta a puerta.
I'm trying to inform my community about the upcoming project. I've gone door to door.
Y escuchar la angustia y el enojo de nuestra comunidad.
Hearing the anxiety and the anger from the residents.
Porque cuando vamos y preguntamos que si saben sobre la bodega, nos dicen no.
We come and we ask them, do they know about the project? And they say no.
Mucha de nuestra comunidad tiene que trabajar.
A lot of the community works.
No pueden estar presentes.
They cannot be present.
Entonces, la manera que ustedes como su posición que tienen que informar a la comunidad no lo han hecho.
The way in which your position requires you to inform the community, you have not done so.
Y nosotros como organización lo que tratamos es de llevar la voz de ustedes hacia ellos y de ellos hacia ustedes.
Our position as an organization is to have the voice of the community reach you and your voice reach them.
Y escuchar que están cansados de las bodegas.
And hear that they are tired of the warehouses.
No más bodegas para nuestra comunidad.
No more warehouses for our community.
Vienen los de la Unión diciendo que necesitamos trabajo.
The union workers come and say that they need work.
Sí, claro que sí, necesitamos trabajo.
Yes, of course we need work.
Pero trabajo de calidad.
But quality work.
No bodegas.
Not warehouses.
Somos padres que enseñamos a nuestros hijos a ir a un colegio y una universidad.
We are parents to teach our kids to go to college and university.
No quiero que mi hijo esté encerrado en una bodega.
I do not want my kid to be trapped inside a
Y
warehouse.
trabajos hay para todos, porque pueden traer un hospital, que es la ciudad de Rialto, no tenemos un hospital.
Work is for everything, and a hospital would be very much needed.
Ahí encontraremos mucho trabajo.
There we would find lots of work.
Podemos traer en esa área donde ocupan tiendas, restaurantes, lugares donde los niños puedan divertirse. Claro que hay trabajo.
In that area, you can find that restaurants are needed where kids can work at.
Y es triste ver que siempre que venimos apoyando a nuestra comunidad, llega la gente de la Unión diciendo que necesitamos trabajo.
It's disappointing that when we come to speak about the community values,
Estamos
that the warehouse workers
cansados de que nos vean siempre como si fuéramos máquinas. Estamos cansados de que nos vean como si fuéramos máquinas.
We're tired that you look at us as machines,
O que vean a nuestros hijos adentro de esas fábricas.
or that you see our children inside of those warehouses.
Necesitamos que ellos entiendan que a ellos no les va a gustar que afuera de su casa o enfrente de su hogar vean una bodega.
We want you to understand that they would not be happy to see a warehouse outside of their
Y si
home.
vienen poniendo bodegas, tienen que reubicarlas y no ponerlas ni al lado de escuelas, ni al lado de comunidad, ni al lado de parques.
If there's going to be warehouses, that they not be located near
Esa es
homes,
su
schools, or parks.
responsabilidad, quitar el tráfico que acumulan alrededor de nuestras áreas.
Your responsibility is to control the traffic around those areas.
Abrir las calles que son nada más para camiones carros particulares para camiones pesados.
Opening up the streets for heavyweight vehicles.
Venir a dañar nuestras calles. Venir a dañar nuestras calles.
To come and damage the streets, the heavyweight vehicles.
Porque cuando viene el tiempo de lluvias y las calles están dañadas por los camiones pesados, el problema es para nosotros, la comunidad.
When the rain comes, the streets are damaged from the heavyweight vehicles, and it's the community's issue.
Y hoy vengo a pedir que por favor mantengan la apelación
Here I ask you to please uphold the appeal
y negar el proyecto hasta que se analice adecuadamente.
and deny the project until it is analyzed properly.
Thank you. Gracias.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es María Velázquez.
Good evening, my name is Maria Velázquez.
Soy residente por 36 años aquí en la ciudad de Rialto.
I'm a 33-year resident of Rialto.
orgullosa de vivir en esta bella ciudad, ya que ha sido tan bonito estar aquí,
Proud to be in this beautiful city, and it's been so amazing being here.
pero al mismo tiempo es muy desagradable mirar la realidad que estamos viviendo hoy día.
At the same time, it's hard to see the reality in which we are living.
Con tanta construcción, con respeto a los trabajadores, porque todos tenemos derecho a trabajar,
With so much construction and with much respect to the workers because we all need work.
pero ahora sí, como dice un dicho, zapatero a su zapato.
So, like the saying goes, shoe store to the shoe wearer.
Que cada quien busque su lugar de trabajo adecuado, sin dañar a otros.
That everyone finds their way of working that doesn't hurt or damage others.
Estos últimos años que he estado yo aquí en Rialto,
These last few years that I've been in Rialto,
he visto cómo ha cambiado tanta la ciudad de Rialto, bastante, que no es lo mismo cada década, está una gran diferencia.
I've seen how it's changed over the years, and by the decades, it doesn't look recognizable.
Pero los cambios que estamos mirando desagradablemente no son los mejores para la ciudadanía.
The changes that we're seeing, unfortunately, are not the best for society.
Estamos haciendo una ciudad en Rialto que es industrial.
Our city is becoming industrial.
Nuestra gente está desapareciendo.
Our people are disappearing.
Y no solamente por ser industrial, sino por los grandes daños al ser humano.
And not just because of the damages of the warehouses, but rather the damages to humankind.
Ya lo dije anteriormente, necesitamos poner semáforos en las calles principales.
I have said this before, we need street signs and lights and major parkways.
Entiendo que está entrando bastante dinero, bastante economía a la ciudad de Rialto,
I understand that this project brings an income
por lo que se está haciendo de construcciones y todo,
from the construction,
pero al mismo tiempo creo que también se debería de usar esa economía para mejoras de la ciudad.
but at the same time, that economy should work in favor to better the community.
Así que yo orgullosamente también les voy a pedir
So proudly, I ask you
que mantengamos la apelación,
that we maintain the appeal,
que neguemos el proyecto
that we deny the project
hasta que sea totalmente analizado adecuadamente.
until it is analyzed adequately.
Orgullosa de Rialto de verdad.
Proud of Rialto.
Pónganse en el corazón de cada ser humano y qué es lo que estamos haciendo para nuestra gente.
Put yourselves in the heart of the residents and ask yourself what you're doing for the people.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm not gonna myself. Madam Mayor, I've been practicing all that day. Madam Mayor, there you go. I got it right. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you very much. I heard today's your last day. I don't know, or whatever, but I want to say thank you very much for everything for us, helping us out. First of all, I appreciate it. I'm gonna tell you, I've been here and I haven't seen nobody and talked to a mayor. This is so proud of myself, like chills. No, I never talked to no mayor because I'm always working and doing something. I never been into, up here. So this is all experience to me. You know what I mean? Thank you. Okay, let's get back to business. All right. Thank you guys for everything. Yeah, we're here to talk about the warehouse, First of all, we know that we don't want the warehouse. I went door to door asking my neighbors because yesterday, all day, we went to ask for politicians, everybody wants no warehouse. Yes, we do want another street. Like you said, you asked him to get him another saw. To get another thing besides the warehouse, to give you another thing for that spot, right? Did he give it to you? No. Okay. He just blah 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 went for it. That he went for it. Trees. Wow, trees. Big trees. We are in Rialto. There's a lot of winds. Knock out the winds. Here's all the trees. Winds bring a lot of leaves. Yes, we know that. Okay. What else? I'm so nervous right now. I'm sorry. I'm nervous. Yes, I am nervous. I don't know. I want to see how you guys do this because I wanted to be an actress, but this is nervous. Okay. It is. I'm sorry, but I just want to say we don't want them. We really don't want the warehouse. You know what I mean? Let's straight out go for it. I don't want the warehouse. And I know, Mayor, you have heart. Help us out here. You know what I mean? I understand, you know, things going around and things going up and down. You know, like I said last time, I need a spaghetti sauce. Nowhere to be found, you know what I mean? You know, I'll invite you spaghetti, you know, come on, you know, I'm down. You know, we make them good, you know? But hey, we have this thing that he is talking about all these projects and I will help you this and is it gonna go through? Second of all, why, if he's gonna go through, why can't he make something else out of it? You know what I mean? Right, Andy? We could just do something else, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Rafael, you would like to come eat spaghetti with me, you know, at home, you know, but, you know, everything we could do. But, you know, I understand. How can we do it? If we're going to build a warehouse and set up a market there, you know, he could build somewhere else, you know, like he said, oh, there's more space available. Well, why doesn't he do it over there? You know what I mean? I just want to say, think about it, right? Oh, I got 2 minutes now? Oh, no, I can't cut that much. Mayor, I just want to say thank you. And I know you have the last word. And I just want to, from all of us here that we're here, ask you to think about our stuff, you know? We don't know what else to do because we came here to talk to you about it. And when I came the first time to what the building management, whoever approved it, I was really sick. Came out of the hospital. And like I said, I mean, my hospital's all the way Arrowhead, all the way in Arrowhead, Pepper. Why? Because Rialto doesn't have a hospital. And I already had 15 surgeries of kidney stones. I want to say, you know, an ambulance right here or there is going to cost me. Thank God right now I have insurance, but later on I'm not going to have none. So when I want to say, just think about it, you know what I mean? I mean, all these things, who are the closers from, you know, home protection? You know, who's closing? Who's getting all this stuff from them, you know? Yeah, I know, understand they want to work. We want to work, you know what I mean? Understand, I work a lot. Right now I'm taking a break because I've been working too much. And like I said, I have too many jobs. I try to sleep as much. And I understand you guys, you know what I mean? Hey, you work, you make more money than me, I'm gonna tell you that, you know what I mean? You do. I'm gonna tell you, I get minimum wage. I bet you anything you pay, you get more. But hey, I'm not gonna lie on that. Pero yo sí tengo una cosa, I'm gonna tell you. I just want my street to get fixed. Because I don't want him to come in, you know, oh, I'm gonna fix you for this, but I'm gonna make you this, but I want my warehouse. But why do I want my warehouse to get my street done for a warehouse? I don't want a street, because I know I pay taxes, and trust me, I pay taxes. And it's hard, it is hard. But I just wanna say, hey, thank you, you know what I mean? Because I think Rialto has money to pay, just my street, come on, it has holes, you know what I mean?
Time is up.
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, and thank you very much for being our mayor, okay?
Well, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. But thank you guys. Bye.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Paige Gosney. I'm a land use counsel for the applicant. First off, I just want to thank you for all your time, your consideration, your diligence tonight. It's been a long night. You've had to listen to a lot of comments and appreciate your indulgence in certainly in just one more. I just want to keep my comments brief and just hit a couple of points that were raised by the appellant and in the comments after. First, a gentleman had commented about the cul-de-sac and about the gate at the end of it as opposed to a complete terminus. The cul-de-sac is there. It's going to prevent truck traffic, auto traffic, anything coming off of Locust heading east down West Coast in order to minimize all of that additional traffic that otherwise would have had access through the project. The gate is there for emergency personnel purposes. I'm sure you're aware of this. Just want to remind you that that's there, you know, if and when there's an emergency and an ambulance or a fire truck needs to get in there to save someone's life, they're going to have the ability to do that. And they're going to have the ability to do that without also introducing new or different truck and auto traffic coming down West Coast Boulevard. Secondly, there has been some discussion about the EIR and the addendum and the age of the CEQA document. I'm sure Mr. Vail will confirm. It's in your staff report from the September 24th hearing. For purposes of CEQA, the age of the underlying CEQA document is really irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is whether or not the project that's before you is within the scope of the project that was analyzed in that environmental document. And the answer to that question here is absolutely yes. And the second component to that, for purposes of CEQA, is would this project that's before you, would this introduce any new or different significant impacts or require any new or different mitigation beyond that than what was already analyzed in that underlying EIR? And the answer to that question, the 3,100 pages of analysis and answer to that question, is that it would not. And for that reason, the CEQA document is itself more than adequate to address the project's impacts, and we think it stands on its face regardless of its age. Finally, we've heard a lot of comments about warehousing in general and the impacts and what it's doing to the community and this, that, and the other. This isn't a referendum on warehouses in Rialto. That's not why we're here tonight. That's a different long-term planning process. The question that's before you tonight is focused on this project. Is this project consistent with the scope of projects that were anticipated for the planned industrial district under the Rialto Airport specific plan? The answer to that question is yes. Is this project consistent with the development standards, the zoning regulations that are otherwise applicable to the planned industrial district? The answer to that question is yes. Is this project consistent with, and would it result in fewer or reduced impacts than the scope of project that was analyzed in the Rialto Airport specific plan EIR? The answer to that question is yes. Finally, with respect to, well, I should say, I want to thank the council and the city because you're different than a lot of cities in the Inland Empire. I think you're proactive and you're progressive, and you've adopted regulations, specific regulations, the outdoor storage use, the indoor storage use regulations, the primary purpose of which is to address and mitigate and minimize the impacts of industrial uses adjacent to or nearby residential and sensitive receptors. You've gotten out in front of that issue in your city. You've developed, you've adopted, you've established, and you've imposed regulations and development standards to address that scenario. The scenario imposed or proposed by this project, where you have long-term planned light industrial uses adjacent to residential that subsequently was developed afterwards, before this project was planned and came into being. And the project that's before you meets and exceeds all of those standards and regulations in the outdoor storage use regulations. So we're ahead of the curve in that respect. These are the standards that you have set. These are the standards that we have to abide by. There are 135 conditions of approval that the applicant is bound to, has confirmed in writing that they will abide by if and when the project is approved. They're a long-term owner. They're going to be here for a long time. They're committed to abide by these regulations. We've done everything that you've asked, everything the community has asked, and we would appreciate your vote tonight to deny the appeal and to approve the project. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening, council and community members. And hello, my wonderful mayor. I love you, and I appreciate all the work that you have done and all these years that you have served us so proudly here in Rialto. My name is Brenda Parker, and I'm here to ask that you uphold the appeal to this project. Now, this gentleman just got up and mentioned quite a few things that resulted in a yes. Let me give you some of the things that result in a no. Is this a safe project for our students that is using that area? No. Does this project allow our community members to keep their beautiful scenes and scenery that they purchased their home for? The answer is no. Does this project keep our community safe from all the toxic fumes and debris that comes along with these trucks and warehouses? The answer is no. Has the developer kept his end of the deal when he promised the community beautiful foliage and everything to cover this god-awful scene of these warehouses? The answer is no. So don't get up here and try to tell us yes, 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 because we know better. We live here. The next thing is that I am asking that this council do uphold this appeal. Also, I would like for this council to start looking a little further and being a little smarter about where we're building these warehouses. Rafael Trujillo got on national television and said that there's always a 1,000-foot buffer between the warehouses and our homes. Well, I have yet to see that. And not only is this warehouse being built 80 feet from one of our residential communities, we have another warehouse that some of you supported, that is right next to our parks where our children play softball. Area that could have been used for our police department to create a beautiful civic center, but yet you decided to build a warehouse. When is enough going to be enough? It is enough. Now, I realize the area that you all are proposing to build this warehouse is industrial, but just as the council rezoned our areas for industrial, you can rezone those industrial areas for residential as well. So you cannot convince me that this council cannot come up with anything more beautiful and smarter than warehouses for our communities. Now, this whole industrial zone area that we have here, yeah, we could have split it. You could have split a little bit here and a little bit there, and everything that was close to our residential, you should continue to be residential. Or even, I'm probably sure that some of our residents may have even gone for a little light commercial, like maybe some beautiful hotels or something that's over there. And then when we're talking about our brothers and sisters that's in this union, while these developers and our brothers and sisters that are here, that are being paid to be here, or whatever the reason is that you're here talking about these temporary jobs that you have for those of us that are permanently here, it is very unfortunate that we are in this debate with one another when we should not be. We are sisters and brothers, and that's what we should be. And it is not, you cannot convince me that any of you here in these orange shirts are living 80 feet from a warehouse. And all of these developers that are here, once again, you bring your trash and you dump it in Rialto, while some of our council members here uphold to have the trash dumped in our community, while you go back to your beautiful communities with tree-lined streets, with good air, and you have beautiful foliage, and you come dump your trash in Rialto, while some of our council members allow that. Shame on you as the council members that uphold that, and shame on you as developers that come and dump your trash into these communities. Shame on you. And as said this evening, you did not confer with the residents because the residents did not agree with this warehouse or your trash being dumped in their front yards. Not only their backyards, their front yards. So shame on you. So council, I am asking you to please uphold this appeal, and please do not allow any more trash to be dumped into our communities. Stop it. When is enough enough? Have a great evening.
I'm sorry.
I said, Madam Mayor, that's the last speaker to speak on that item.
Okay, that's the last person to speak. If there's no one else, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. It's been moved by Councilmember Trujillo. Is there a second to close the public hearing?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Caracellas. So any objection to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, we close the public hearing. So now, council members, if anybody have any additional questions or comments on this matter? Your light is on, Councilman Trujillo.
I'd like to have the developers come back up and answer some questions. There were questions about cover for the buildings. How do you propose to conceal the building from like the residential areas?
Well, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to conceal the entire building. What we have attempted to do on the north side of the project was to provide for quite a bit of excess landscaping area, so an appropriate canopy tree can be installed to the north side of the project. Likewise, on the east side of the project, we have provided a landscape buffer that's significantly in excess of what the city requirement is. The initial design of the project had tree well in excess of that. With the meeting with the residents, we've agreed to double the number of trees, to upsize the size of the trees. Again, we have done what we can well above the city requirements. When we met with the resident on October 22nd, our proposal for the tree canopy seemed to be acceptable on that date. Tonight we're hearing that perhaps there's some concerns around it. But that said, we're well in excess of what the city code is, and we really are trying to do the right thing here.
The other question has to do with the crosswalk we talked about the last council meeting. What kind of plans do you have around that? Because you mentioned there was a traffic light. Is that the crosswalk?
Yeah, that's correct. That will be the crosswalk that will provide for access across Locust. Our project is required to build sidewalks on both sides of West Coast, all the way up to Locust. Our project then is required to build a sidewalk up a portion of Locust to the north towards Casa Grande. And when the city completes its widening by end of 2025, work which I believe is going to start sometime in the next 3 months, is what I'm told, then the connection of the pedestrian sidewalks will be complete. So as I mentioned earlier, there will, assuming our project proceeds, there will be sidewalks from the West Coast, the existing residential area, past the cul-de-sac, all the way to Locust, and the sidewalk will continue up Locust, and thanks to the traffic signal, the residents will be able to cross Locust at Casa Grande safely. That's
and
the
you
goal.
mentioned electrification. What kind of amenities are you adding to allow for electrification of the workforce?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. As we know, our state has already made significant strides towards electrification, improvement of air quality that's been well undergoing for quite some time. The QMD has passed a number of regulations to that effect, and we intend to, of course, not only abide by those, but specifically to electrification of this project. As a long-term property owner, we of course realize that trend towards electrification will continue. So we are providing substantial additional power to the building. That's what we plan on doing here. Again, assuming it's approved, we intend on providing electrification for a number of cars significantly in excess of code. Again, this is where car electrification is going, and we intend to put chargers for trucks as well, because that's where the trucking industry is going. The advanced clean fleet regulation is already in place, where all the large operator, as it is, are required to provide electric trucks. Our project will anticipate that. As I said, we will be owning this property for 50 plus years, so we're going to anticipate the future electrical needs.
And what kind of buffers can you, more details about like the buffers between your building and the residents?
Yeah, no, absolutely, happy to. So if we look on the north side of the project, you have West Coast Boulevard, which itself is quite a bit of a buffer. Beyond West Coast Boulevard on private property, we have 44 feet of landscape area on the north side for most of the project. A portion of it has 25 feet in addition to the entire width of West Coast Boulevard. That area will be in front of the truck court. There will be a wall, but also understand the truck court will be recessed down about 6 to 9 feet below Locust, below the street level. Again, one more attempt to try to mitigate any possible impacts to the residents to the north. As far as the residents to the east, city code, I believe, provides for a 10-foot setback. We felt from the very beginning, working with staff, that was a little too light. We understand that. We want to be respectful of the neighbors. At the minimum edge, the building is 87 feet, 8.7 times greater than what's required by code. In most cases, it'll be over 100 feet. Again, we were trying to anticipate some of the concerns we've heard tonight. And this was from day one, as you've heard. This isn't as a result of the appeal. We want to be a good neighbor. It's been in our family's DNA. We meant to do that from day one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Baca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to commend the developer for all of the improvements that he's willing to make on the property. I think a lot of them are good. There are some areas that still need to be improved. But this is not about the improvements that you're going to do. This is about the residents that live in that area.
Right.
That's the important thing. And it's our responsibility. And the council at the last meeting that we had in September, it says, we've got to listen to the residents.
Right.
We got to hear their voices. I believe that we have that responsibility. And I believe that we should really uphold the appeal because of the ERA, the last one that was done in 1997, and not a current one that has been done right now, because there's been a lot of laws that have been changed. So we don't know where we're at specifically. Now, as far as labor goes, I'm glad that it has a labor agreement, and I believe that any project in the city of Rialto should have a labor agreement, no matter what we build in the city of Rialto. That's just me coming. And the project itself, we have a responsibility to look at how many warehouses do we have in the city of Rialto. And sometimes we got to say, time out. We've had too many. It's time to look at what can we make Rialto better and more effective. Can it be a retail store? Can it be a commercial store? Can it be a hotel? Can it be a restaurant? Can it be a hospital? I mean, these are some of the things that people have said. Or a hotel in the area. I think we need to reconsider and really look at a different kind of direction than we've taken. And I hope that we can help you in that area so that we can hire labor to do that work. Right? Instead of, building another warehouse. The value of the property, if I lived in that area, it decreased. When we build the Renaissance, the values of all the properties in the areas increased. But now we're talking about a warehouse that'll be next to some of these residents, and it's disputed in terms of how many feet they are from them. And then a lot of them said, hey, they weren't notified, so there's still both sides. Who do we believe, And so we need to answer these questions, but we need to move forward, and we need to be objective. And then the attorney, I believe the attorney that said it's not relevant. It is relevant. Everything is relevant that was said here today. And we have that responsibility. I hope that this council will really look at the decision that we make, because we owe it to the residents in the area. We know what it would cost in the area, the omissions, the roads, the repairs, and then code enforcement that we would need, in terms of the taxpayers will have to pay for code enforcement to make sure that trucks aren't speeding, going any faster, roads that need to be repaired in the areas or damage that'll be done. Who's going to pick up the cost? We have to look at the effects it has on all of us. That means every resident in the city of Rialto will have to pick up that burden, not just the people in that area or not just that company. So, I don't know if I'll get a second, but I'm going to try again.
I have some comments.
Okay.
But you can
keep talking?
No. I'll come back to you.
Okay, you can come back to me. Thank you. I thought I was back in D.C. where they took the mic away from me.
Yeah, well, Gabe, cut him off. No. Councilmember Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There seems to be a discrepancy in your count of residents, those that support your project and those that oppose your project.
Right.
We got some petitions tonight that appears to be a number of residents that are against that. How do you explain that?
Right. Well, I think I think we need to look at this over time, right? Starting through our initial outreach a year ago, through the 2 planning commission hearing, and the presentation I made was through the last city council hearing. That accounting, for lack of a better term, was of the feedback we've received through that time. Obviously, what we heard this evening after the city council has started clearly was not information that we were aware of before the meeting. That said, what we've seen this evening initially is the immediate neighbors are clearly in support. I don't think we've heard any of the individuals that have spoken tonight, and I respect their time and I respect their view, perhaps with the exception of one family who is an immediate neighbor. For me, the immediate neighbor are the folks across the street. We haven't heard any negative feedback from them. They've supported our project from the very beginning. They put it in writing. You have that information in front of you, but that I can speak to. As far as, you know, the new individuals who present letters this evening, a lot of them have similar addresses. You know, we haven't had the time to go through it, but really what it comes down to is so far I haven't heard too many people opposed to our specific project. What I think we've heard tonight and through my meeting with the community is they don't like industrial zoning in general. And please understand, as
Okay,
an 11...
I've got a couple more questions,
Of
if you
course.
don't mind.
Yeah, please, go ahead, I apologize.
You came to EDC a couple of weeks ago.
I did.
And I was very clear
Yes.
that we have not seen letters of support or support for this project. You come in here and you say you have support, but I don't see it. I don't see anybody in the audience.
Right.
I continue to be bothered by that.
Right.
And I very frankly continue to be bothered, and I understand your property zoned for a warehouse, but I continue to be bothered with this city
Right.
building warehouses. And there's one in my neighborhood, Miss Parker, right by my house that I can step out my front door and look at, that I didn't vote for. I wasn't on the council when it was approved. Somebody up here did. But I will tell you, my neighbors weren't even asked whether they wanted it or not. I continue to be concerned in this city as to why we're building warehouses and why we're mixing industrial property near warehouses, and maybe your industrial property there was before the houses, I don't know.
Yes.
But I haven't heard that from anybody.
Right.
I'm concerned about people having to walk out their door and look at a 42-foot warehouse. And I can show you in this neighborhood where it exists. So again, I was very plain with you guys in EDC that I wanted to see the support for it.
Right.
Now, you say the people on West Coast are supporting it, and I take you at your word. They obviously want a paved street and sidewalks.
Right.
They probably should have that. I don't know how those houses got built without it, frankly.
Right.
But there's other people that live there too.
Yes, sir.
And again, I'm just bothered by it. So one of my last questions is, if we deny this project tonight, what are you going to build on that property?
Well, I think it's a fair question, and actually, we have heard through the Planning Commission meetings, through the September City Council meeting, through the EDC, a number of other uses have been suggested. We've looked at them. The reality is we have a small parcel. It's 11 acres.
So are you going to build a grocery store?
We cannot.
You're going to build a hotel?
We have done a detailed assessment which was provided to the EDC.
Are you going to build a hotel?
No hotel operators will want to come in this area.
Okay.
How
How about residential? Are you going to build residential?
expecting any residential builder to build residential when you have industrial uses on 3 sides is highly unlikely. So it's excuse me, sir.
Okay.
It's not entirely about the zoning.
It's not about the
also
zoning, it's about the
neighbors.
value of the property.
It's about the, no, it's not just about that.
No, it really is about that.
Okay, fair enough, sir.
Come on, stop fooling me. It is about the value of the property. You want the best and the highest value of that property, correct? Let's be honest with this, with everybody here.
Yes, I will be honest, as I have been, sir. It's within the zoning, correct, the highest use. That doesn't mean that we would not look at other uses if we felt they were realistic.
Okay, but currently you have you're not looking at any other use. So the property's gonna continue to sit there dirt. Am I correct?
If you're asking me,
If
is there other uses that I see as possible at this time, I don't see any other uses, no.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And I guess my last, how long have you owned the property?
We've owned the property for almost 20 years. For about 15 years of that, it's been a contractor yard. I would say about 3/4 of the property thereabouts.
And in the EIR, and it is called an EIR, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the EIR, which was prepared when?
It was prepared and finalized early this year. I don't have the exact date.
Okay, so is that an amendment to an existing EIR? Because I keep hearing this 1997 number.
That is correct. It's a detailed addendum to the EIR, looking at every component of what an EIR then and now would incorporate. We had the summary
And
of those.
20 years ago when you bought the property, were the residential houses behind the property?
Yes.
They were there?
Yes.
And did the EIR in 1997 address those houses? And the impacts on those residents?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you have a consultant here that can tell me that?
I'm going next because this is, no, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dana Privet with Kimley Horn. We have prepared the addendum to the environmental impact report, including, as was mentioned by Mr. Casey, numerous technical studies that evaluated this individual proposed project, as well as then comparing it back to the impacts that were identified in the EIR. So the impacts that are, just for clarification, the analysis that is before you analyzes the impacts of this potential project based on current standards, using current methodology, as well as then comparing those findings back to the conclusions that were identified in that prior EIR, which also assumed that this site would be developed at a floor area ratio of 1, which would allow for heavy industrial use, assuming that this site was also adjacent to residential.
And
So
in
the
today's
impacts
world,
associated with the EIR for this site identified potentially greater impacts than are currently identified for this proposed project, in part because there's less development
and
that is
in today's
proposed.
world, do you think that's an acceptable?
Excuse me?
Can we
I
be
can't-
quiet in the audience so we can hear the consultant, please?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
In today's world, do you think that's acceptable to build industrial up against residential?
That's not my role on this project.
Okay,
When
so
I'm a-
let me ask you another question. Who hired you?
It is the city's policy to allow the CEQA consultant to be under contract to an applicant, but the city is responsible for the adequacy of the
Are
documentation.
you under contract to the applicant or the city of Rialto?
I am under contract to the applicant.
And were you recommended by the city of Rialto?
Excuse me?
Were you recommended to the applicant by the city of Rialto?
Kimley Horn does a substantial amount of work.
You're not answering my question. Were you recommended to the applicant by the city of Rialto?
I can't answer that because I don't know
Well,
the
I
answer to
submit
that
to you that
question.
you have a conflict of interest because you not only work for the city, you're working for the applicant.
Okay. You're welcome, Councilmember Scott. Actually, I have comments. You put your light on after the fact. So I have a question of our staff, and I don't know if the Community Development Director would like to come up or if Mr. Casey would like to come up. And then, because this conversation is interesting and we're going, it is quite obvious where we are. Mr. Casey, something just came up, and we're talking about the possible investment opportunity for the owner of the land. What is the current market rate right now for the industrial land in this market? And I'm talking about the undeveloped land per acre square foot. And this is a project that is not a project that has a tenant. This is going to be a warehouse of spec building, right?
That's correct.
So he just said it's 11 acres, although I just read it's 12.01 gross acres. I don't know what part is looking, but I'd like to know currently, right now, with the market the way it is, and with existing vacancy buildings already, warehouses, what is the going rate for purchasing the land at whatever roughly appraised value, knowing that it's not appraised yet?
Sure. Let me just say, I'm not a real estate broker, so I don't, this is all just off of information I hear from other developers. At one point, a couple years ago, we were hearing as high as $75 a square foot. That has come down to what I understand in around the $55 square foot range.
We don't know without going out and doing an appraisal.
No.
Okay. I'm just going to cut straight to the chase on this. We all are listening to it. It's not really rolling well for any of us. I mean, for myself, I think, as Councilmember Scott said, we saw them at EDC. I asked for some information. I asked for rooftops in the area. I asked for economic analysis and other things to be considered. And it came back that basically, even with the growth to the west, with Casa Grande opening, with rooftops probably within 1.5 miles, added rooftops, it still didn't seem to meet anybody's, per your feedback to us, and per, I guess, the consultant, it still didn't raise to a threshold. So this is probably, thought was my last meeting. I'm hearing I need to be here for the first meeting in December, which is the second Tuesday. So I'm gonna just put it out there. I've heard this over and over from everybody, every project. First off, Councilmember Baca said, thinks every project should have a labor agreement with the union. Well, Baca doesn't know that when we started in the concession agreement, that was the one issue I pushed before I would agree. That is how we ended up with project labor agreements. And Councilmember Scott was there, I believe, and because I didn't think they'd get it done. I'll be quite honest. I was born in labor. I was a business rep for SEIU. My uncles worked for local labor number 89 in San Diego, and we never found ourselves pushing and putting ourselves up to get, it's either you need a job or we have to now be imposed. So I'm put it out here like this. The city can be bold if they want to. Mr. Calatati and Mr. Vail, the city has its own policing powers. If we want to resolve this matter, we could just put an offer on the table and declare it as a higher and better use for public good. And if the developer and the owner does not want to take the offer, we can use our policing powers and to put it in eminent domain. And then we could determine what exactly would be the highest and best use in the public's interest for this property. It could be housing, because there is definitely a need, and we have RHNA, Regional Housing Need Assessment. So all of this conversation and what we've been going back and forth about, and you know, I cut to the chase. Now, I don't want to kill Councilmember Baca's thunder, but I am going to make a motion that we uphold the appeal, and we sit around here. We sit around here and we do what we can do. You guys have heard me before, and I'm gonna say it from the honor of my dad. He wanted a boy, he got me. I'm his man child. Y'all need to get some balls, okay? Grow some and do something. And quit coming up in here giving me the same story. I like you guys. I mean, I was born in Union, okay? Went through SCIU, went through Luna, went through, was there labor's union? I'm sorry if it's not Luna, but laborers 89, local late 89, including United Domestic Workers. I was there when we formed it in San Diego. So you don't wait and read my book. You hear what I've done. But when it comes to policy and the things that the city can do for its residents, we tend to sit back and act like we have no roles. And this, if you look at this map, this is residential. It's residential to the west. It's residential to the east. It's residential to the north. We need to make sure with safe routes to school that we put a light out there without having to have these developers and everybody else in here. We need to let them notice that maybe their time has come and is sunsetting. Rather than keep developing and going through this, look at this, we're at 9:54 and we're on tab 1. So that's my motion. You guys, it's been seconded. Call for the question. I'll take a roll call vote.
If I could, before you.
Well,
No, I'm sorry. No.
I did
You
have
have
some-
the opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry. You have something you would like to say,
not
Mayor
to
Pro Tem? Go
steal,
ahead.
not to steal the mayor's thunder, but I did have some comments, and most of them have been addressed already. But the main thing that I would like to ask the developer, you've focused on putting a warehouse here, and that's all you have focused. Even though you heard this community, and they've given 100 different examples, have you looked at anything else that you could build there for this community?
Yes, sir. The answer is absolutely yes. We have looked into this. I think the EDC asked the same question.
And he can't see it. So why are you expecting him to come up with something? Call for the question, vote.
I already did.
That's all.
There's a call for the question on the floor.
Madam.
So can I make a request? We've had good discussions
No,
with the appellant.
it's
If we could
closed.
ask perhaps for more time,
No,
I'd like to
it's
see if we can
closed,
meet
sir.
with the
It is
appellant and
closed.
have a
The
conversation.
city needs
see
to
if we
do
can
what they
resolve it.
need to do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mayor Robinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Baca,
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Scott,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carrasco.
Aye.
All right. Appeal is upheld. I want spaghetti. I want spaghetti. Better yet, wait, a good friend brought me tamales. Okay. I'm waiting on my menudo. Hey, I'm sorry I didn't show you that love. All right, I'm done. See you, I'll talk to you guys later. Say, quit this.
Let's
You did
move
well.
on.
You did really good. See you later.
No, come back. Come back.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, if I may make a comment, just quick. I know the developer is still here, and I know that that our office is still here. We should assist you in trying to look at what can be developed in that area. It's not just your own responsibility, but it's our responsibility as well.
Madam Mayor, can we continue with the meeting?
Let's go. Tab number 2.
Come on, tab 2. Who has tab 2? The mayor.
Tab 2, please.
The mayor is calling
Tab
for tab 2.
See you. Tab 2. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it. He'd have got out and figured out something. No, he's one of what-
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Sandra Robles, and I'm the Senior Planner with the Community Development Department.
Can you speak up?
I will be presenting the staff report for tab 2.
Speak up, please, speak up.
Please, can we get you to lower your talk or take it out so we can go to tab number 2, please?
Yes.
All
For
right.
reference.
I'm sorry. I'll try this
That's
again.
okay.
This book is so messed up.
Okay. So for reference, the file numbers are master case number 2024-0016, zoning code amendment number 2024-0002, and environmental assessment review number 2024-0015. The project is for a zoning code amendment for wireless facilities. And again, my name is Sandra. The applicant is the City of Rialto. This next slide is the project request. So from time to time, the zoning code requires some updates. In this regard, the wireless telecommunication facilities have become in the state of disrepair due to technology being outdated or facilities being abandoned. The proposed amendments would strengthen the city's ability to regulate telecommunication facilities within private and public property. As such, the project request is number 1, to amend Chapter 11.22, wireless telecommunication facilities in the public right-of-way. Number 2, to amend Chapter 18.111, wireless telecommunication facilities. And the third is to adopt guidelines for batch broadband permit processing, which was prompted by Assembly Bill 965, which I will be touching base on shortly. In regards to the proposed amendments to Chapter 11.22, wireless telecommunication facilities in the public right-of-way, there are several amendments proposed, and these are some of them. Number 1, the applicant to reimburse the city in the event of litigation. Number 2, city will have the authority to revoke a permit within 30 days of notice. Number 3, the city will have authority to revoke a permit for noise, cease of use, failing to comply with health and safety regulations. In regards to Chapter 18.111, wireless telecommunication facilities on private property, the amendments proposed include number 1, to repair and maintenance are completed within 48 hours. Number 2, facilities will not have adverse impact on adjacent properties. Number 3, ensure facilities are in good condition and properly maintained. Number 4, ensure landscaping is maintained. Number 5, applicant pays all legal fees in the event of litigation. Now, in regards to the guidelines for batch broadband permitting processing, Assembly Bill, or AB Bill 965, requires batch broadband processing when 2 or more applications are submitted for substantially similar broadband project sites. AB 965 does not define substantially similar broadband project sites in terms of its location. The guideline seeks to clearly define location and establishes criteria for batch broadband processing. As such, staff recommends that the City Council, number 1, find the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15061B3, review for exemption. And number 2, adopt ordinance number 1696 for zoning code amendment 2024-002, amending chapters 11.22 and 18.111 of the Rialto Municipal Code, regulating wireless telecommunications facilities located on private and public property, also located in Exhibit A. Number 3, approve resolution number 8302, adopting guidelines for batch broadband permit processing located in Exhibit B. That concludes staff presentation. I am available to answer your questions.
Mayor, just a clarification. On item 2, you won't exactly be adopting the ordinance tonight. We have to introduce it for first reading and read it by title only. It'll come back at your next meeting for formal adoption on the consent calendar.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry, so many different things. Okay, I thought we had more than, did we have a second public hearing? Isn't this a public hearing? So this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who has expressed an
Yes.
interest to
Yes,
speak
you
on
have.
the item?
You have Natalie DeVivo.
Natalie?
Oh, you changed it to 3?
Tab
Okay.
3, not tab 2? Okay, so that's it? Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Public hearing?
Okay, it's been moved to close the public hearing by Councilmember Trujillo. I'll second it to close the public hearing. Any objections to it? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. What's the wishes and the pleasure of the council?
I have a question.
Okay, I'll ask it, please.
Oh, so I see that the zoning is for wireless telecommunications. Does it have any, does it specify the gigabyte or the
No, it does not.
okay, so it's just a matter of kind of just having the locations, not necessarily what's being emitted from them?
In terms of
Gigabytes or?
No.
No, okay.
No, it does not.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
Okay.
There's some questions around that. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Is there any studies that indicate what the health hazards for the proximity of the towers and at what point they are, studies that have been done are harmful to the community?
There have been multiple studies done by the FCC, and the Telecommunications Act of 1996 regulates that. So the cities are unfortunately not able to regulate that.
So what's the distances that,
I do not know the
regulations.
radio frequency. I don't know if legal counsel is more aware of radio frequencies and
To my knowledge, 2 things, and I think Senator mentioned both of them. One, there's not been a dispositive study that shows that electromagnetic waves from these facilities cause any health damages. And 2, even if they did, the federal government has prohibited us from denying or regulating that on these facilities.
all right, thank you.
Okay. So, any other questions? If not, I entertain a motion to move forward on the item.
I make a motion, move forward.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Baca and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales. Any objections to that? Do you need something to be read?
Yes, I
Clerk?
just need to read the ordinance. Any objections? You said no?
No
No
objections.
objections.
Read the ordinance, please.
Ordinance, ordinance 1696, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, amending section 11.22.090 of chapter 11.22 and adding section 18.11.100 to chapter 18.111 of the Rialto Municipal Code to strengthen the city's ability to regulate wireless communications facilities. Councilmember Baca.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales.
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Scott.
Aye.
Mayor Robinson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, tab number 3. Again, another public hearing, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Members of the City Council, Paul Gonzalez, Community Development Manager. Before you tonight is a proposal of an amendment of 3 different elements of the general plan, which are the circulation element, land use element, and the safety element. Additionally, there is a new proposed element, which is environmental justice element, which if approved would be in accordance with SB 1000, which is Senate Bill 1000. For the past 2 years, along with staff, Judith, our consultant, has done a number of outreach events. We met with the stakeholders, property owners. The staff also presented before the Planning Commission on multiple times, the City Council, and Economic Development Committee on 3 different occasions. We received comments from the Commission, Council, and EDC, and added those comments into the general plan update. Some of the different outreach we have done is attending multiple city events. We've actually sent out notices to all residents in the city of Rialto, which was over 25,000 physical mailers that was requested of the council, which was completed and received over 200 responses. I do want to introduce our consultant who will give a thorough presentation of the update, Henry Eckold from Dudect. And here's Henry now.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me today. I will begin to go through this. I'll try to keep it brief where I can and get into the important things. So again, this is led by the Community Development Department through the Planning Division. There was input across departments as any general plan update would have. And then I also want to provide a shout out and a sincere thank you to the members of the Community Advisory Committee that contributed their time on multiple occasions last year to providing input on policies and conditions in the city and really helped us make this a better end product. So this focused general plan update, like Paul said, it covers land use, safety, environmental justice, and circulation. It began in January, and it's not a comprehensive update to the general plan. There essentially are several state requirements that have made it that many cities are doing focused updates to essentially update specific elements. Comprehensive updates are still to come, of course, in the future. And general plans, for members of the public that are here and may not know, general plans are high-level policy documents that inform staff and decision makers and provide background information as well as policy on a number of topics. So with this, we have the land use element being updated to retain consistency with the housing element. The safety element is required by certain state laws. SB 379 is the main driver to have updates including incorporating climate change projections into the hazards for certain hazards that may be changing in the future, considering vulnerable populations or populations that are impacted differently than others regarding certain hazards, and also considering certain evacuation components. The circulation element was a very specific update, just updating transportation data to be more recent, and then updating the truck route figure. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And then with the environmental justice element, again, this is a brand new element for Rialto. Environmental justice, according to the state, is the fair treatment of people of all races, cultures, and incomes with respect to the development, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And so what that means for the city is shaped by Senate Bill 1000. Generally, it covers these 6 topics you see on the screen: healthy food, exercise, pollution exposure, public facilities, safe and sanitary homes, and then civic engagement, or two-way communication between the public and the city. And so one really important component of any general plan update, but especially ones concerning the environmental justice element, is outreach and engagement. And so we had 3 main phases of engagement. We, heard from the community about existing conditions and, priorities. We discussed policy with members of the community. And then we had phase 3, which was more of the plan preparation, drafting the plan, having public review, addressing comments, and now we're on the public hearings phase. The plan was notified to the public through, there was a project webpage on the city's website. You can see on the picture on the right. There were email blasts, publications like the Rialto Progress magazine, directed people to workshops, and then there were also social media posts. And then as far as what kind of engagement we got, again, we had a survey that was mailed out, received over 200 responses. We got over 200 responses and folks at various events. We had pop-ups. You can see on the far right picture where essentially we tabled and attended community events that were already going to happen. We were at an Earth Day event, a baseball, Little League opening ceremonies, and the International Food Festival over at Ferguson Park. And then there were also workshops. There were in-person workshops and virtual offered, and all of that was done in both English and Spanish. And then we also had the Community Advisory Committee, which offered some really in-depth feedback on policy. We were able to have essentially focus group meetings for over an hour with 10 members of the public, and each of those meetings really got some great feedback on policy. And then in public review, we received comments, 2 from residents and 1 from an agency, and those have been addressed already as well. And then in the engagement schedule, you can see most of the engagement occurred in spring and summer of last year, and then the public comment period for the document and the environmental review was from October through the end of January, so a nice long public comment period. As far as some highlights, for the circulation element, the truck route map was updated. So this is to align with Ordinance 1684 from February of this last year. So it's removing several routes and essentially is like meeting what is already in place with that ordinance. Then with the land use element, this is managing our land supply. So there are several components in this: community design and open space and recreation and conservation that were not touched at all. It was just changes in the land use element and applicable goals and policies. And some of the primary things there: implementing the housing element, so updating the land use map to match housing element components. And then policy-wise, we heard through engagement a lot about creating vibrant centers of retail and commercial uses, an emphasis on annexation of the unincorporated islands within the city, enhancement of public gathering spaces through temporary uses, and allowing more resident-serving uses such as grocery stores. Within the safety and noise element, again, we just touched on what's shown in those boxes on there, so we did not change anything related to gangs, noise, or wind hazards. The one new hazard that is added in is extreme heat. That was not previously in the element. And some key topics that we heard about and tried to incorporate into policy. One big one was with defensible space maintenance and vegetation maintenance. We heard that there were certain specific problem areas or properties and that tracking and enforcement was important, but also wanted to make sure that people had assistance and resources available to them. With public safety, education, that was something that essentially people wanted more engagement with folks in our public safety field. and then incorporating evacuation strategies as well, sort of meeting some of the new state requirements. And then with the environmental justice element, again, this is a brand new element, so I'll go over this a little bit more slowly. So this is the introduction has connection to regulatory requirements and relating to all of the existing city planning documents that are related to environmental justice. There's also a discussion of disadvantaged communities, and essentially what that means is looking at where pollution burden overlaps with economic and social characteristics and how that looks on the ground. And so this is something that the state of California cares about for state grants and things of that nature. And then there's also a summary of community engagement efforts and information, baseline information on each of the pillars of environmental justice. Some of the key topics, I'll start with that last bullet there, alignment with existing overlapping policies across general plan elements. A bulk of the work was pulling from looking at for example, the circulation element and all of the policies related to safe walking and safe biking that are within the circulation element, pulling that in and either pulling it in exactly as it is or building on it to improve it. One area that wasn't really addressed very much in the current general plan was public engagement. It's not something that was required by the state in the past, so it's not something that was discussed as much. So this is where there are more new policies, but it builds on what the city currently does and tries to add additional engagement opportunities and access improvements, touches on bilingual outreach materials and meeting support, as well as education of residents on civic functions. And with that, here is the recommendation that's in the staff report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. And I was asked the city clerk, do we have anyone who has indicated that they would like to speak to the item? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Anna Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council again. Thank you so much for earlier, so I'll skip those comments about warehousing. But as a member of the Community Advisory Committee, I thank the council for appointing community members to being part of this process. We were also able to communicate with our residents, our neighbors, our family members to provide input in this general plan, and we are happy to say that we are in full support of what's being proposed here tonight to you all, and we hope that you adopt the general plan as is. And just as a reminder, I do work for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and we were sponsors of AB 1000 when it was adopted in 2017 by the state of California. And some of the best practices when approving the EJ element as an addition to a general plan update is, one, to reduce pollution exposure to communities that have been overburdened by different types of pollution over the years, which Rialto has been. To promote public facilities as resilience centers, which Rialto has done a great job at providing during the heat waves, providing cooling centers with some of our public facilities, so we appreciate that. But we want to see that increase in our communities. Promote food access. So I know we always talk about food deserts, but in fact, we call it food apartheid. And that means that there's an intentional intention of not providing food access to our community members, such as the ones that live on the north side of our city. And so the EJ element does just that. We, take into consideration what are the areas in our communities that lack that food access, and we call that food apartheid, not food deserts. promote safe and sanitary homes. So how do we provide resources to our communities so they can improve their homes if they lack the income to provide those upgrades in their homes or their surrounding neighborhoods. Promote physical activity, so that means providing more green spaces, more parks, more bike lanes, and all of that, which Rialto has already done a good job. And we hope to see those bike lane plans come into fruition really soon. Address unique and compound health risks. We do know that we have increasing numbers of Superfund sites in our city. And, with the recent discovery of some arsenic found in our water, we hope that this serves also as a resource to address those issues, so we are providing clean drinking water to our communities. Obviously promote community engagement, which we could have done a better job in this process in reaching out to more community members, but we did the best that we could with what we had. Prioritize improvements and programs that address needs of disadvantaged communities. And one of the biggest issues that we have faced in this city is providing intentional interpretation services for our growing community, which is now at 40% that only speaks Spanish. And that doesn't mean just providing an interpreter when they're speaking here on the podium. That means them being able to understand what's being said throughout the entire meeting. That's true access to our community. So we need to do a better job at that. And other languages, not just Spanish. And also folks with special abilities, such as ADA, support services for those watching at home that might be deaf and hard of hearing, and such of those. So with all that said, we are in full support of this general plan update. We have a lot of more work to do with the circulation element with the new AB 98 law that has been signed by the governor, and we look forward to working more with staff on that and making it better for everybody. Thank you for your time.
We have Emily Calazone. Emily.
Good evening, Council. First, I want to say thank you for listening and considering the voices of the residents. On behalf of my community, I ask you to adopt and approve the general plan update as is. Thank you.
Brenda Parker.
Good evening, Council and community members. Brenda Parker. I just want to thank everyone that put the hard work into this general plan update, and I am asking that the Council to please approve the general plan update as it is. A lot of work went into it, a lot of thought went into it, and a lot of input went into it. I want to thank you for the opportunity to work on this general plan update. And I think that's all that I need to say about that. So thank you very much and have a great evening.
Natalie Levito.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Lolo, and I'm here with Inland County's Legal Services. So I just have a brief statement. ICLS has previously made a comment about the coordination of environmental justice element and the housing element. We appreciate the progress in coordinating between the two elements, but we do ask that a policy is included in the future as part of the fair housing goals of the environmental justice. The policy should ensure that the development of lower income sites in the housing element is consistent with the environmental justice element and with regard to issues such as air and water pollution, hazardous waste, traffic, accessibility to quality public transit, bicycle routes, and healthy foods. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Diana Munoz. We can go with Claudia. I think she's gonna need an interpreter. Is she still here? Okay, and Maria, Brenda, she's here. Thank you.
Buenas noches otra vez. Desde aquí, desde mi corazón, estoy conmovida,
From here, from my heart, I am moved,
súper emocionada por el gran trabajo que desarrollaron
very excited about the great work that you have done,
y por haber beneficiado a toda nuestra comunidad latina, a
And-
toda nuestra comunidad de la ciudad de Rialto, latinos y todos.
for all the work that you have done to benefit the Latino community in Rialto and all the community.
Mil gracias, de verdad, desde aquí.
1,000 thanks from my heart.
Hay mucho que decir, pero lo único que voy a decir ahorita,
There's a lot to say, but the only thing I'm going to say now is
que me gustaría tomaran en cuenta y aprobaran el plan general.
that I want you to take in account and to approve the general plan.
Mil gracias.
1,000
Buenas
thanks.
noches.
Good night.
All right, thank you. If that's the last, I'd entertain a motion to close the
So
public
moved.
hearing.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Baca and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. And now, I'm sorry. Comments to, starting with Trujillo, you have your.
I have a quick question for staff. Are these documents also translated into Spanish? I mean, there was a comment about that. On the website?
Good evening again, Councilman. They are not currently in Spanish.
Okay, it'd be nice to be more accessible on this and just be able to kind of just translate important documents like this. I mean, we had Spanish speakers commenting on this document. It's all in English. So maybe there's be some consideration just based on some of the comments that we had here today on translating these important documents for the community, even if it's something that you could put on the website. The other questions I had is I was going through it, but there's a lot of work that's already been done by the city on some of these topics. And, I was looking at, there's some mention of the bike lanes, but there's really no map of where all these bike lanes are. Or there's, just the other day I was at the development of the Farmer Boys, and I noticed there were EV chargers there. It'd be nice to have some type of map of where all the EV chargers are in the city as recognition of how far we've come along. I see some of the great things that are in here that are being highlighted, but I mean, there's a lot of work that's already been done by the city that needs a little bit more recognition of how long we've come along, especially with electrification, as mentioned, the bike lanes with all the grants, the trails. It'd just be nice to have more visuals on here rather than just some brief mentions of those. But I think this is the first document we've seen with environmental justice for our general plan. So it's kind of the first kind of round at it. So I just want to recognize the hard work that was put into this. Thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
Yeah, I have a question related to well, first off, my comment, I agree with Councilmember Trujillo. You have in this document Spanish speaking and other languages, I believe, but yet the document is not in Spanish or any other language. It certainly should be. And then I have a question related to the environmental justice component. Is there mandatory training required for employees related to any item under environmental justice?
There isn't any mandatory requirement. The only requirement we would have, it basically states to provide training for certain aspects that we do get training currently for.
What would those aspects be?
For cultural sensitivity is one of them that provide training.
And that's training for employees?
That's correct.
And has that gone through a meet and confer process?
I'm sorry,
Has
Councilman?
that gone through a meet and confer process?
We've provided the general plan update to all the different departments and
Mr. City Attorney, would not training that is required of employees require meet and confer prior to implementing a policy?
Not unless it's a state mandate. And I don't know if it's a state
So is
mandate.
it-
I thought
is
it was
a
just
state
a
mandate?
requirement.
it's not a state mandate. We put in there, there's a difference between when we have like may or shall. There isn't any requirement for it.
Can you specifically tell me in the document where that's at, where it's referred to? I looked for it, but I couldn't find it.
Do you have it there?
The very end of the environmental justice element.
Okay, let me wait. Our consultant pointed out it's policy 12.7, and it says provide, excuse me, we did modify to consider cultural sensitivity training for
I'm
city
sorry,
staff.
we can't hear you. Can you speak louder?
It was modified to say consider cultural sensitivity training for staff.
To consider. And is that a state mandate?
It's not a state mandate. It was.
Where does the recommendation come from?
It was a recommendation of the CAC board when we were going through the different elements. Councilman.
Okay, so it's strictly consider it. It's not any kind of a mandatory training.
That's correct.
All right, what would require that training to occur?
What would require it?
Yeah.
There is no requirement for it currently.
Okay, so there is no requirement unless
the council requires us to put
so
that
it would
in.
have to come back to the council in order for it to become a requirement.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That it? Councilmember Baca.
Thank you. First of all, I think I'll speak in behalf of the rest of the council members who didn't speak on the Spanish language. All of us believe that it should be done in Spanish for everyone in the community, and I think the mayor would agree that she agrees on it, and Councilmember Canizales also agrees on it too as well. So it's not just the two that are talking about that, but all of us agree that it should be translated so where people can actually read it, that document. My question would be in reference to the bike and the walking trails that we do have. I think it's important that in this general plan that we also consider the lighting that needs to be done there for the safety of individuals that are walking. And that's one of the things that I heard from many of the individuals, that we need lighting, because sometimes, it's like now, it's, the time changed, it's dark at 5 o'clock. And so we should look at the possibility of considering for the safety of individuals that use the bike lanes or the walking trails in our areas, that we have lighting that can be provided in those areas too as well, as part of the general plan for the future, and then looking at somewhere we might be able to budget to do that as well.
Did you have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along the same lines of the accessibility and lighting, I'd like to see us try to either secure some funds to maybe add some more trees. I know a lot of the paths that we have are just, a walk trail. So I'd like to see the opportunity to plant more trees and to make them shaded, because a lot of times people are out there walking in the broad daylight and the sunlight, so it'd be nice to have some shades around through the pathways. And also, I'd like to see if we can start incorporating there's technologies out there that have the like a LED that is on the floor that will actually light up when like say bikes. I know there's been a lot of as we increase the mobility with bike lanes, there's been a lot of accidents. So I'd like to see us start adopting some technologies that will actually flash some of the intersections so that people could see that there's actually someone riding their bike. I know that as scooters have become more popular, and I'd like to see us kind of move in the direction of accepting that these are going to be used a lot more, because I see a lot more young kids using them, using their scooters and going through in and out of traffic. So I'd like to see a little bit more focus on the safety aspect of that. So I know when we go to different ICSE and meetings, there's a lot of technologies that are there. So either the next time that we're out there, let's go ahead and grab some of this information and bring it to our city, because I think it's really important that we keep our community safe.
Didn't you use a scooter in Washington, D.C.?
I did. Actually, I did. There was that's a good point. So a cab would have took 35 minutes, and it was only like a half mile. So I jumped on a scooter, and I got there in 5 minutes. So as our city grows, we're probably going to be looking at these scooters a lot more accessible. So let's start preparing for that, and let's look at it as a way of transportation, a safe transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and the information. A couple of things I just wanted to ask. We made reference to a community advisory committee, and I recall that we all made recommendations and appointed, yet and still as I look through the material, and even in here, maybe I'm missing it, but at no place have I noticed that we made reference to who those community advisory committee members are. Was there a particular reason why we didn't add them in our material? Because we did take the action at council to recommend people. Mm-hmm. And our citizens, I think, should be acknowledged in our document. So any thoughts why they weren't added in here? If we make, it was kind of like an advisory committee body structured, and I know that maybe people's schedules didn't work, but nonetheless they were, we provided names, and those people stepped forward.
It's an excellent point, Madam Mayor. We certainly can add the committee members and their names. We certainly can add that to the document today.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We can add those committee members and the proper acknowledgement
please do, at
into
least
the
a
document. Part
of the document. If you didn't they referenced here, but it was a part of some council action, right. So I think we should acknowledge them that being a part of that. And then a couple of things, just again with regards to some of the elements that we talked about that were part of environmental justice and land use elements. One was the safety element, which we've spoke about, which requires state law to be updated related to climate change projections, vulnerable populations, and evacuation. And I just would like to suggest that when we looked at environmental justice elements overview, we again acknowledge promoting exercise with access to parks and safe walking and biking. And so my comment would be to at least suggest that we define, again, lighting, but also some type of surveillance element within our plan, so that we have a better way of knowing exactly how are we helping to make sure people are safe, or at least be able to understand who may have attacked a vulnerable person while they're out there using it. So I don't know, as a recommendation, why didn't we look at that? And then the last thing I thought is, I looked at the environmental justice has a brand new justice element is brand new for Rialto. Environmental justice is the fair treatment of people of all races, cultures, and income with respect to the development, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulation, and policies. But a protected class is also our seniors. And yet, so it doesn't seem like it was called out. So I'm just curious as to where do we define another protective class in age? Maybe you don't have an answer, but I'm just questioning within the environmental justice laws. Did it not call out a class that's already protected?
So that was the state's definition of environmental justice, but in the environmental justice element itself, we have a number of characteristics for people that
Okay.
I can point to potentially. Each of the sections is broken down into like a what is this, where is it occurring, when is it occurring, and then who.
Okay.
And the
I
who sections cover each of those.
Okay. I was
people
going from your
characteristics.
PowerPoint, and then I was looking back into the document to see exactly where do we have it.
Totally.
And so
State-
maybe you can point it out later in this whole thing as to exactly where it speaks to that even more so. But other than that, I think it's a good start. And I also just wondered, in reading the report, we talked about moratorium on certain roads for truck route. I couldn't quite, and then one of them was expired because of expired moratorium. Have we kind of locked those in now? Are they permanent, or are they still stuck sitting out there in a moratorium? The routes, especially like, I know we were waiting to get something, we had to get some relationship with the city of San Bernardino as it related to Pepper. But are these things no longer in suspense with moratorium, but we've actually defined these routes?
The moratorium that was placed on truck routes back when, I believe it was about a year and a half ago, that the council put on, it's the same truck route map that was approved then. So we incorporated that same map into the general plan.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the for your responses. Okay, with that,
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Trujillo, seconded by Councilmember Blanca. Any objections? Hearing none, it carries. Is there anything, clerk, that you need to carry on public hearing? Okay.
Mayor, I did note that there was a majority of the council that desired to see the general plan translated into Spanish.
Thank you.
That wasn't part of the motion. I don't know if you wanted to refer that to staff to bring it back on how to implement that and what the cost might be.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate that, because I think the comment was made that we all would be in support of it. But not only that, I was just wondering, and maybe I haven't seen it and it's there, or we went through a drop down where you can take whatever documents that you have in our websites and stuff and be able to convert them to whatever language we want. Do we have it already in place?
We have it, yes. It can be done that way from the website, yes.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, yes.
We do have it?
Yes.
So then, to the point that everyone's making, is there some way that we utilize it when we're in council? I don't know, because if she's saying we already have it on our website, I don't know how else we would be able to get.
That's a different question. To put it on the website, to put it in Spanish, that's a different question when you say do it for council. I'm not understanding the question.
No, I was talking about website.
Oh.
I don't know how we would ever be able to do it in council unless we created the various equipment that allows for various people to be able to listen based on the language that they're most comfortable in. Now, that might be the other thing that that council should explore, the cost for doing that, if there's a need for it to be interpreted as people are listening. But are you asking us if we're directing staff? I don't.
I just wanted to, I heard at least the majority of you express an interest in it. I wanted to make sure it was or wasn't part of the motion approving the item, or if you wanted to refer it back to the city manager and staff to get a recommendation on the cost and how to do it. The reason I ask, it's a technical document, and I know that there are differences in each language, and translation sometimes isn't exactly 100% accurate on things that are of a professional, specialized nature. So you'd have to get a planner that was fluent in Spanish and English to be able to translate that. Great idea. I just wanted to know the extent to which council wanted to proceed with that.
the motioner would like to include that, the seconder will agree.
Yeah, I would like to include the translation of the documents. Its
Second.
cost.
Okay. Any objections to the motion, or the amendment to the motion? Hearing none, then I guess that, that motion carries with that direction, whatever it may be. All right, tab number 4. Wow. I think we got 3, tab 4. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. The item before you is requesting several actions for City Council's consideration for the I-10 Riverside Avenue Interchange Phase 2 project. Staff is recommending that City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the project funding agreement with SBCTA, adopt Resolution Number 8304, amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget to appropriate an additional budget of $922,900 for the project. Approve the first amendment to the professional services agreement with Jacobs Engineering in the amount of $537,288.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Councilmember Scott. I think I heard seconded by Councilmember Baca. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Tab 5.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. The item before you is requesting to award a construction contract to AEC Moreno Corporation in the amount of $415,868 for the Fire Station 203 Dormitory Improvements Project.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Tab 6. You have 6 as well? You have tab 6 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tab 6. The item before you is requesting to award a construction contract to Horizons Construction Company International Incorporated and the amount of $1,777,824 for the Birdsall Park Improvement Project. Authorize the contract.
It's moved by Councilmember Baca, seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any questions, comments? Hearing none. Any objections? If not, motion carries.
Thank
you.
Good night.
Okay. Next is Mr. Corona. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Honorable Council. Staff is requesting that Council approve a contract change order with Harrison Associates in the amount of $957,431 for the preparation of a storm water condition assessment pursuant to the city's on-call agreement, and authorize the city manager or their designee to execute all related documents.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Scott and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And tab number 8.
Yes, tab number 8 is for the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Rialto and the...
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councilmember Baca. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. I think do you have the next one?
Yes, and tab number 9
308.
is for the purchase and sale agreement for 308 North Riverside.
Absolutely, move approval.
Second.
Been moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Scott. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you so much. And number 10. Okay, and we have...
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. The item before you is a request to amend the city's contract with Park Consulting Group, who we engaged with to support the implementation of our new enterprise permitting and licensing application. On May 21st, 2020.
Second.
You've heard it. Moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you so much.
Move for approval. Move for approval.
Madam Mayor, I've got 11,
Move for approval.
12, 13, and 14.
For the record, I got the
Okay,
house.
we're
Thank
working on
you.
11.
It been
And,
moved by Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis and seconded by Councilmember Scott. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you so much for such a
12,
wonderful
move for
presentation.
approval.
Second.
What are we
Okay.
gonna, names, are we gonna read some titles for the record, please?
Do what?
Can we read some titles for the
Sure.
records?
Tab 11 is asking.
No, I have 11.
Okay.
Go to
You want
12.
12?
Yes.
Tab 12 is asking council to approve a 5-year agreement with Peregrine Technologies for multi-platform integration software not to exceed $727,500.
Okay.
Authorize the payment of $10,000 to Flock Group Incorporated and
think-
$5,000 to Motorola Solutions Incorporated for application of programming interface API fees.
Okay.
That's good. If Sergeant Wright had come up here and presented that, we would have wanted to listen to him for a little bit longer.
I believe I had somebody who'd already motioned it.
Who was that?
Who was that?
I did.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis and Councilmember Baca. Any
Okay.
objections? Motion carries. Thank you.
Tab 13 is
Okay.
approved 30-month agreement for
Move
digital
approval.
marketing.
Second.
They wanted to at least get the
Well, I got.
title in.
Yeah, well,
And I also have, all the representatives are here too, Madam Mayor.
Bless their heart.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Tab 14?
Well, let me just say that moved
Move
by
for approval.
Councilman
Thank
Scott.
you,
Just a second before she's got to catch who did
well, for
13.
records purposes.
Councilman Scott, and he moved it, who seconded number 13?
Who did?
I did.
Okay, Councilmember Baca. And
I'm
there's no
moving
objection.
14.
Number 14,
Number 14, Madam Mayor and Council, is to authorize the purchase of 25
And that was a move for
Motorola.
approval.
okay,
Second.
moved by
Give me a- can you
Mayor
read
Pro
it?
Tem.
Can you just read it for me?
It's already in
For
there.
for my record, just for
Mayor
the
Pro
record.
Tem
want me to read that?
Carazellis
Yes,
and
yes.
Councilmember Baca.
So if I could just read it for the Madam City Clerk. Authorize the purchase of 25 Motorola APX 6500 mobile radios and 75 Motorola APX 6000 portable radios from Motorola Solutions for a total cost of $680,511.82.
Motion.
Mayor Pro Tem
Thank you.
and Councilmember Baca. No objections.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
Motion, he made the second.
Those are without batteries, by the way.
Now, let's see what's going on in Rialto, okay? Please.
The fun stuff.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council.
Move
Here's-
for approval.
Woo!
No, you're not getting off that easy.
Oh, okay, fine. Here's what's going on in Rialto. The Carnival Senior Social at Grace Vargas Senior Center will be happening Tuesday, November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. The Teen Center will be taking a field trip to the Natural History Museum Saturday, November 16th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The trip is free. There is a registration packet that is required, and there's limited seating. Feeding America food giveaway will be happening November 20th from 9 to 11 at the Grace Vargas Senior Center. We will be hosting a harvest party at Willow Village on Thursday, November 14th from 3 to 5 p.m. The Cluck Cluck Try Your Luck Senior Turkey Raffle will be held November 25th from 11:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Grace Vargas Senior Center. Tiny Tots Friendsgiving Feast will be held November 22nd from 1:30 to 3:30 at the Community Center in room 303. Fitness Center Turkey Burn will be happening on November 30th from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. In order to register, you can bring in a canned good or a pair of socks. Those will be donated to organizations in our community. And
More than that.
oh,
What a pair of socks have to do with the turkey?
so the donations will be given to a nonprofit locally to help the needy. Yes, sir.
What date is the other one? It says September 18th, that's passed.
I think that's a duplicate, sorry.
I think that's
Next page. Rialto Holiday Festival and Parade will be happening Saturday, December 7th at the Civic Center. The parade starts at 5:30 p.m. and the event ends at 9:30 p.m. Wear your Christmas sweaters. The Grinch That Stole a Senior will be having their social on Thursday, December 12th from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Grace Vargas Senior Center. Friends of the Senior Center will be hosting Friday Night Bingo on Friday, December 13th from 5:30 to 9 p.m. at Grace Vargas Senior Center. And then Tiny Tots registration class will be closing on November 29th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Also want to add to, I have a turkey giveaway on Wednesday, the 20th, teaming up with Help the Rialto and Never Stop Grinding. So we'll be giving away turkeys at the farmer's market. That's not on the list here, so.
Okay.
You'll be there? For what? For your eggs.
All right, thank you, thank you.
And also I want to add with Sunrise, I'm sorry, with Sunrise is help co-sponsored at Sunrise Church, Never Stop Grinding, and Help the Rialto.
All right. How many?
We're trying to do 500, so we're still collecting turkeys.
All right. Okay, good. Well, anything else? Reports? I think we need to return back to closed session. Okay. Moving back to
Yes,
closed
we
session.
have one item of closed session to finish, and
Okay.
I see the
Let's
staff
go.
members in the audience ready to present it to you.
Well, we need to, well, we have, either you take it off the mic, I mean, yeah, you can't have a closed session sitting in here while the. Okay. We sit here in closed session.
Can't have closed session if it's open, right? Can you?
I'd be happy to do that. There was one remaining.
Mr. Attorney, here, we are back in session. Can you please report out on closed session?
I'd be happy to, Mayor Pro Tem. There was one remaining item on our closed session agenda, had to do with conference with legal counsel on one item of anticipated litigation. It was the AMI project. You heard a briefing from city staff on that project and gave direction. There's no other reportable action.
Thank you. Anything else?
We returned out of
returning-
closed session, yeah, at 11:10.
We're returning back at 11:11. I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, I only have I only have three at the dais. So
Gotcha.
who did not return back from closed session was Councilmember Scott and Mayor Robinson. I need to put that for my record.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
All right, I got a motion by Councilmember Trujillo and a second by Councilmember Baca. We are adjourned.
You're adjourned.